And are there people still joining, or are we ready to go? Just counting my trustees.
That's an interesting phrase, Chair, my trustees.
I apologize, Trustee McNally. I was just going for familiar and kind. The board. Okay, it looks like everybody's here. I don't see Trustee Rob Painter, but I trust he's here.
He is waiting to be let in, and there he is.
I just don't see his face. I see his name.
No, I don't see his face either.
I'm just running around doing details, so
I'll
jump on once I'm here.
While we're getting organized, maybe we should recognize what looks to me like some special guests. Teresa Rozansoff, former president of the BCSTA, and Mike
Trustee McNally, are you chairing this meeting?
Maybe. Not yet, though.
Unless there's a motion to remove me from the chair, I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome all of you. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. We look forward to all the good work that comes coming forward. Before we move forward, though, the Greater Victoria School District wishes to recognize and acknowledge the Songhees and Esquimalt nations upon whose traditional territories we live, we learn, and we do our work. And certainly, it's just a beautiful night here on these territories. And as always, I want to locate myself as an uninvited settler on these lands. And I invite all of you to take a moment to reflect on your connection to these lands and to the histories the history that's unfolded here and continues to this day, and the folks who have lived here, proud and resilient nations, and our responsibility and special obligation to the children of the Songhees and Esquimalt Nation. It is just so central to our work and our obligation as a public school system. So I just always want to put that right at the center of our conversation. I also want to just take a moment before I launch in, just to once again acknowledge that the board owes both Songhees and Esquimalt nations an apology for how this process has impacted you. And we really are looking so forward to the work that we can do together. For me, a private apology is a top priority. And I really look forward to that opportunity, and to those who are supporting me in making sure that I can do that in a culturally appropriate and respectful way. Because this has been a challenging process. So my gratitude for being able to be here on these territories as chair, as a white lady chair, it just doesn't escape me. The responsibilities and obligations that I have. We are, as a school district, so grateful for the high engagement of our rights holders, stakeholders, community members, and students throughout this budget process. I want to express my thanks to our senior leaders and staff for their diligent work in supporting the board through this budget process. I also want to recognize Vicki Hanley, who has done just incredible work pulling all of the various pieces together, providing administrative support to the board. So thank you, Vicki. I know it's been a lot of very long days and long nights for you. I'd like to remind everyone that this budget before us represents our best estimate based on revenue and expense projections. We're going to have the opportunity to review this once we know with greater clarity, with greater certainty what the revenues will be. Truly, the budget is a living document, and there will be opportunities for changes as funding levels shift in September. We will ensure that the Minister of Education is aware of the choices that we've made to get to a balanced budget, because we know those have been hard choices. And we will advocate with the four houses and stakeholders for more funding for public education, because that is the foundational challenge before us, is that inadequate funding level, which is a historical challenge. And if we value public education, we need to be really clear about that, and demanding that we have the funding we need to be able to deliver the programming that our students deserve. We have heard the strong voices of Esquimalt and Songhees nations, and we must continue to listen to them and to the voices of Métis Nation and our urban Indigenous community. Once again, I want to commit to sit with you to better understand your priorities going forward. We must also listen to and engage with and amplify the voices of our Indigenous staff who have the knowledge and skills we need as we strive to support our Indigenous learners and create the conditions for true reconciliation in our district and community. And I see our work as foundational to reconciliation more broadly. We are the education system. And so I just want to set that as the stage as we go forward into this challenging process tonight. I'm really so thankful for all the hard work of trustees last night and the respectful level of debate, and I look forward to moving forward in that spirit tonight. So for our process this evening, we'll first have Kim provide the information that we asked of her yesterday, the nigglies and anything else that will be important for us to hear in regards to the changes that we made to the budget last night. After that, I will welcome rights holders and stakeholders to have an opportunity to provide trustees their comments and perspectives on the proposed budget ahead of the second reading bylaw being tabled. So at that point, once we have heard from our staff, our secretary treasurer, rights holders, stakeholders, then I'd like to go around the table and ask each trustee to provide their comments on the spreadsheet on the budget that Kim circulated last night. I'm asking that for this part of the process, no motions be put forward. I'd like us all to hear what each other has to say. You know, we talk often about open minds and open hearts, but I want to encourage us all to listen. We'll then bring the postponed motion back to the table for formal debate. So that's my, my hope for this evening. And then perhaps we can move an approval of the agenda. Trustee McNally, do you have an addition?
Chair, I have a question. I hear your explanation of how the meeting's going to unfold tonight. But I'm not, I too sent in an amendment, as did Trustee Whitaker, and I'm not sure when we're supposed to, make those amendments. When, please?
That will happen once we begin formal debate. So what we're hoping to do is to allow everybody, all the voices, the important voices at this table, to have a chance to share and for us all to listen to each other. And then once we take that bylaw, the second reading from the table, we will begin a formal debate, at which time trustees can move forward motions, and we'll go forward in our formal debate.
So
and then
once the third reading is on the table, that's when?
No, I think that we will begin the debate as soon as we pick the second reading off of the table.
Okay. And by that you mean?
I mean that we move the second reading to tonight. And so we are going to pick that up and move forward with that.
We moved it and put it on the table several meetings ago, as I recall.
The budget bylaw amount has changed over time. And so we started last night, as you may remember, with the first reading of this budget bylaw.
Thanks for the explanation, Chair.
Yeah, no problem. Trustee Rob Painter.
Yes, Chair. I submitted 3 budget-related motions yesterday, and I would like them to be added to the agenda, please.
Are they
right now, Chair?
Are they the ones that you can see under C2? Because mine weren't there and have been added. Maybe just do a refresh.
Okay, I'll check that. Thank you.
Are they the motions that you're looking for around district hiring freeze and expense payments, enrollment growth
That's
allocation?
exactly it. So I need to refresh then, I guess.
Yeah, I just had to do that.
They are under C2.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Trustee Ryan Painter.
I'm just moving approval of the agenda.
Thank you so much. May I have a seconder? Thank you, Trustee Leonard. Are there any changes to the agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the agenda or adopting it, to use the formal language. All those opposed? So we have one trustee opposed, Trustee Rob Painter. Or are you raising your hand?
No, Chair, I was opposed because of our lack of consistency with 9360.
Abstention.
I would like to make sure that we're not changing our votes as we go forward. So we'll just let the record show. That's great. If we can move on to correspondence, we've got B1 through B4. Really so amazing, all the work that our stakeholders have put into helping us make better decisions. Very appreciative. So at this time, I'll move to C1, and I'd like to invite our rights holders to share any of their comments or perspective. Oh, I guess I'm going to Secretary Treasurer Morris first. I'm sorry. There's some yelling going on in the background. I hope you can't hear it.
Thank you.
Secretary Treasurer Morris, thank you so much. Please take the floor.
So earlier this evening, I sent thank you to Julie Littner and Katrina Stride for helping me put together some answers to the questions posed last night. And one of them was around professional development and travel budget. So there was an email that went out to trustees around 5:30 today, giving quite a detailed account of all the kinds of professional development and travel in the district. Everything from local mileage to principal and vice principal Pro D to the international education travel, etc. And so travel in Pro D in School District 61 right now totals $748,000. The next question was, how much does eScribe cost? And that is our online agenda minutes voting software. And the annual cost of that is $32,580 per year. And then the next question was, what about the $1 million superintendent discretionary line item? And somebody mentioned last night that it doesn't exist anymore, and indeed it does not. We have a couple of departments in the superintendent umbrella, the superintendent herself, the FOI department, the communications department, and the deputy and associates superintendents departments. So for the superintendent, the current budget is $62,000, of which $84,000 is spent, and 135,000 or percent of that budget was spent in 18-19. I wanted to give you a sense of a complete year without COVID of the spending pattern in each of these departments. The FOI department has a small budget of $2,000, but doesn't tend to use it. Communications has this is a services and supply budget, does not include any wages.
Trustee Duncan, I see your hand. Can we just let the Secretary Treasurer finish and you will have the floor following that?
Yeah, sorry, it wasn't a question. I just wondered if we could share the Secretary Treasurer's screen so we could look at what she's presenting. That would just be really helpful from my understanding to see the figures while she's discussing them.
Trustee Whitaker, was that your point as well?
Yeah, well, I was trying to follow along, and obviously I don't have the same, yes, I would like to be able to follow along. Or am I missing an email? I guess was my question.
Email at 5:30.
Oh, okay.
So I will go back to the beginning. And sorry, I have to get sort of rid of all of these Zoom kind of menu items. Okay, so the first page of the email is answering the question about what do we spend on professional development and travel. And this document is provided to trustees in their email. And so you can see the types of travel that we have in School District 61. Then we move on to the cost of eScribe, $32,580. Then we move on to the superintendent's department, which is made up of several departments. The superintendent and staff, the FOI department, the communications department, the deputy and associates department, and a total. And again, these are services and supplies. They do not include any wages. And so I've provided a spend so far this year, but I also wanted to provide a spend from the 18-19 year because it's a full year without COVID, just to give you an idea of what a normal year might look like. And so you can see some underspends this year, which are incorporated into the projected surplus for year end, and some good spending patterns in a year without COVID. So in total, in the superintendent's department, consolidated is services and supplies of $232,000, of which 60% is spent now and is usually overspent. And then lastly, we received another question today about, I believe, strong start. And there's just a little bit of a costing analysis here, indicating the cost pressures for each of the strong starts. So what they cost to run and what we're funded at. And we talked a little bit last night about the static nature of this funding despite wages going up, and hence over time they cost more to operate than we're funded for. And that is the conclusion of the questions that were asked last night and one received today.
Thank you so much, and thank you to your team for putting all of that together in short order. Trustee Whitaker.
Thank you, and yes, thank you for getting this out. I've very, very quickly looked at it, and just a couple of questions did pop up for me. One, so when I go to the top of this, the Pro D and travel, budget, specifically learning team and equity of opportunities. And obviously I'm not quite understanding what we're doing with equity of opportunities, because my amendment seems to have that wrong as well. Anyway, so I understood that we were reducing equity of opportunities. So I wondered if this budget going forward would be reduced. Like, is that line item still needed?
This line item currently exists in the budget, and it is needed because there has been very much removed from the learning team and district team budgets.
No, but where it's learning team and equity of opportunity, is there the equity of opportunity piece that could be removed? Was, I guess?
No.
All right. And then okay, I'll leave it at that for now, because really I'm just trying to process this all quickly here. Thank you.
Trustee Painter, Rob Painter.
Thank you, Chair. given what ministry is funding for Strong Start at pretty consistently 32,000 per unit, then what is it that, what decisions have we made that are resulting in higher costs? Like I see right off the bat that my sense is that we may be running more days or providing additional items, and I would really like to sort of get an understanding of you know what it is that the ministry expects out of us and what are we delivering, and whether or not when I look at food and supply budgets, for example, and I think about how Strong Start is targeted at supporting potentially more vulnerable students to get them off to a good start, would Community Link not be a suitable place to be drawing some of this additional funding from?
I'll start off. So the increased costs generally come from wages because these are collective agreement employees, they're union employees. So we don't have a choice about what we pay them. And I believe the funding from the ministry comes with some parameters around the hours of operation or the number of hours a week or the number of hours a day that the center must be open. And so that would be why we have to maintain the service level, and the wages are increasing and the funding is not. And I don't know if Associate Superintendent Caldwell would like to comment on the appropriateness of snacks at a Strong Start to be taken out of Community Link, given that these are preschool children. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, through the chair. In most of those cases, those schools are Community Link schools which have a food budget allocated to them, which they could, in a sense, provide some supplemental food to the Strong Start program.
The other aspect I can add is that there are definitely over time replacements for equipment and materials in the Strong Start Center. And they, you find that you generally do not have the money each year to do the amount of replacements that we have. And so the creep of some of these budgets have exceeded some of the funding that we get.
Trustee Whitaker.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I did recall my other question, if I may. The e-scribe, thank you for that amount. I'm wondering what contracts and amount of time for canceling our e-scribe contract would be. I'm kind of feeling like it's probably too late for this year, but I would like to know what's our timeline for giving them notice.
I don't know that.
You don't know. Thank you.
Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And thank you to staff for pulling this together. It's appreciated. I wonder whether or not we could have any sense of what from these budgets could be reduced moving forward. So obviously, we've just gone through a COVID year, and so I appreciate that some of the reduction will be due to that. But I wonder whether there are any ideas around the table of what other further more permanent reductions could be made in light of some of the learning that has come out of this COVID year, and in particular around being able to conduct our meetings virtually and really just adapt and change that we're not doing quite as much travel in order to attend Prody and so on.
I currently can't give you a detailed idea of all the different aspects. I know that a great deal of the Prody is done within district, and we utilize, if not our areas, sometimes bigger venues when they're large groups together. There also are some mandatory pieces that we attend, BCSSA, BCSTA, and so those generally fit into some of those things. And so a thorough account I cannot provide for you, but I know that we have already had moved into keeping things in district because Prody is expensive and we like to provide things locally. And we certainly have expanded that aspect of Prody for all of our staff right here, utilizing, as you mentioned the other day, our own staff to provide a great deal of it. We have very talented people and utilizing our structures and our meeting rooms and ones locally. So trying to already move into that because it is a very expensive venture. And so we've tried to move in that direction for several years already.
Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, thank you. I just had a follow-up through the chair to the superintendent. So do you foresee then the need to have the same budget allocation assigned to these sorts of things, or are there some reductions that we could make? I guess that's really what I'm getting at, is that, you know, can we implement the learning and some of the changes that we've already made to the way that we do Pro-D and the reduction in travel, and can we see that reflected in the allocations under these line items so that we can, you know, it can help us balance our budget, or maybe reallocate some of that towards supports to schools that currently we may have to cut.
So as I've mentioned to you already, that we've taken the learning team budget and reduced it significantly with staff there. The ones throughout our departments here are already very slim. And so at this time, I do not see another way to bring those even smaller. We certainly have had a very different year in COVID. As we circle back into a more normal year, it's something we can certainly have our eyes on, and I could pay attention to it through this school year, but we've kept them slim with the eyes of wanting to be very prudent as we have realized in previous years that this is coming. And so those budgets are already very tight. So in previous times, I could provide more information for you, but this time I would say no.
Okay, thank you so much. I'd now like to turn to our rights holders. I believe there's been family emergency. So I know Kaylee isn't here tonight, Ms. Dyer, but Ms. Kelly, would you like to take the floor?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting us. Good evening, everybody. My name's Crystal Kelly. I'm Haida from Skidegate on my dad's side, and on my mother's side, she's Swiss, from Switzerland. I've been fortunate enough to be working and living in Lekwungen territory and working for Songhees Nation for the past 11 years. I'm a graduate of the NITEP program, the Native Indian Teacher Education Program, the Bachelor of Education. And I was providing support in the schools at Craigflower and Shoreline for the last 10 years for our Songhees Nation students. Before, just over a year ago, now I am the education director of Songhees Nation. We did submit a letter, both Kaylee and I, from our education departments together from Songhees and Esquimalt, after having reviewed the report that was put forth by Joan. We did have a chance with the chiefs as well to meet with Joan to ask some questions. And so we did compile a letter based on some of our observations and certainly the needs that we see that directly impact our students. And we put this in this letter, and I know that Chief also could not be here this evening, but it was his request as well that I do share this letter with you tonight. So the Songhees and Esquimalt Nation education departments have thoroughly read the report of the independent review of the budget of School District 61 by Joan Axford, as it was published on May 26, 2021. Our education departments, alongside Chief Ron Sam and Chief Rob Thomas, also met with Ms. Axford yesterday, being May 27th, to further our understanding of the report. We'd like to take this opportunity to reiterate the collective priorities of both nations as it pertains to the various budget options presented in the Appendix A of Ms. Axford's report. Given that Indigenous outcomes within School District 61 remain well below the provincial average, we feel strongly that specific items be taken off the list of proposed cuts. If cuts to these services remain in place, we are risking the very recent steps forward that we've seen in the literacy rates of our Lekwungen learners. We also risk losing key relationships that support the holistic wellness of our students and our families. Our view of the budget has been established through a nation lens of what our students and our communities require for success. We must advocate passionately and unapologetically for the needs of our nations. We would like to refer you back to the letter that was sent by Songhees Nation Education Department, which addresses the critical early intervention stages of development. Schools such as Craigflower Elementary must remain operational with current levels of support. Collectively, we request these resources/services be allocated as untouchable through your next phase of budget determinations. Our nations are in a crisis due to a long and troubled history in education. It is unfathomable to be entertaining a reduction of supports that directly impact the holistic success of Indigenous students. The vital resources listed below are proven methods of support that have already been established. They have attributed to the success of early intervention strategies, early learning and literacy programs, and wraparound supports for our communities. Songhees and Esquimalt nations are not in favor of having these supports eliminated or reduced. Counselors to Community Link. Our family of schools where our children attend are urban schools that serve a large number of both on-reserve and off-reserve populations, which result in a unique set of significant learning needs with a very high vulnerability index of 100%. Our on-reserve students face higher levels of poverty, poorer health, inadequate housing and crowded living conditions, food insecurity, homes with higher exposure to violence and substance abuse, intergenerational trauma as a result of the history of colonialism and systematic racism. That is not news to us. Recent events have shown that is news to many people in this country, but we live with that knowledge with our families every single day. We rely on the expertise and support of qualified and culturally sensitive youth and family counselors to provide the support our students and their families require. These are the needs that need to be addressed before classroom learning can be effective. The Reading Recovery Coordinator contract. Data has shown that our students are improving in reading and writing because of the additional supports the district had previously determined were required to improve success. We support the one-to-one model of reading recovery as it meets the needs of our readers whose skills are critically low. This model has been successful at Craigflower. We have concerns that the district is proposing a one-size-fits-all teacher training to all schools while taking away teacher FTEs through reading recovery and lessened community link funds. We know one-size-fits-all is not what our students require. Historical lessons have taught us that this has not worked in the past. We should not be carrying this thinking with us forward. The reality, there's a huge language gap that exists when our students enter school. Often our students enter kindergarten at a deficit And that gap just continues to grow if it's not properly addressed. Our students cannot achieve success without extensive interventions that develop background knowledge, vocabulary, and proper articulation. Hearing sounds in a word, connecting sounds to print, comprehension. Dialectical differences also compound these issues. Considering the reality as described, it is unacceptable to us that Craig Flower is looking at a reduction in the 0.6 speech and language assistant. Collaboration time. This is essential in order to coordinate these intensive interventions with the multiple layers of support, not only from these classroom teachers, but also from the following groups that are also being looked at CUTS. The Enhanced Transition Wraparound Supports, COMPASS, the Vice Principal Admin Time Reduction, Clerical School Assistant Hours Reduction, reduction of EA time. Any proposed cuts to the above categories put the wraparound services required to meet the unique needs of our students in jeopardy. The classroom EAs are essential to student support, and in some cases, the only way our students can be successful at school. Data supports that the current model operating at Craig Flower has shown improvements in literacy levels in the past 3 years. It is conceivable that finally our students can move forward not in a deficit, but equipped with skills that will allow them to participate more equally. Goal is equity. We cannot afford to disrupt a program that is working. Currently, FSA results for grade 4 Indigenous students in School District 61 are far below other provincial counterparts. There is so much more work to be done. Support schools to preserve consistent staff and the relationships that they have made with students and community. Trust, safety are paramount in making progress given the history of our nation's relationship with the education system. Allow school administrators to maintain time for their critical role in the relationship building, teacher support, and community advocacy. Our schools need this leadership in full capacity to coordinate resources and support teachers and parents and students. Do not ignore the expertise of the educators who work directly with our children. We stand in solidarity with their assessments. We wish to acknowledge a historical gap in budget collaboration and transparency between School District 61 and the nations that has made it incredibly difficult to stay apprised of the recent proposed cuts and their direct and indirect impact on our students. The list above is not exhaustive, but is reflective of our current understanding as a result of this historical gap. We understand that the task of balancing this budget with such a large deficit is challenging. However, taking away resources from an already marginalized group that has suffered the consequences of an inequitable system seems unethical. School District 61 has resources at their disposal to find a way to fulfill their commitment to improving the outcomes for our Lekwungen learners. The two nations stand in unity to ensure the voices of our children are heard. Through our advocacy efforts, we hope that you have a clear understanding of what we see as your obligation to provide equitable education. Our children deserve that this right be honored. With respect, for myself, Crystal Lee Kelly, Songhees Nation Education Director, and Kaylee Dyer, Esquimalt Nation Education Department Director. Kaichka.
Thank you so much. Powerful, powerful words. We're so grateful to have you at this table. Your voice is so important, guiding us and making good decisions. Do we have a representative from Esquimalt Nation here with us tonight? Or Ms. Kelly, are your letter I know was from both nations. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anybody.
Yes. Yeah, Kaylee could not be here due to a family emergency.
Yes. Okay.
She knew that I was reading on behalf of both of the nations this evening.
Well, and boy, did you ever. So thank you so much. I have so much respect for you for coming and sharing powerful truth with us. May I welcome stakeholders? Ms. Waldron, did you want to go lead out? Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you, Chair Waters. There's been quite a few pieces, and I feel like I should silence my phone. First, thank you, Crystal, for reading out your letter. I think I've had Craig Flower reach out around their staffing, and I think there's some complicated pieces. My understanding is what the board is looking at is only the funding that comes provincially, and that leaves out the targeted and federal funding, which I think really comes to play with some of the positions at Craig Flower, at least historically. And I think it's interesting that we don't get to discuss those two pieces when we're discussing the impact on our students together. And I'm not totally clear on why that happens, but I am very much in support of what is coming from the Sahis and Esquimalt Nation. I think the GVTA would echo those concerns around reading recovery. I believe the trustees received a very comprehensive email from our contract chair, Robin Tozak, today that explained at length some of the concerns we have around reading recovery and some of the pieces we feel are missing. And I'm not sure I could do better justice to it than she has. And I think you've included in the correspondence, the email that I sent yesterday about our priorities. I think fundamentally, when we talk about the provincial piece of funding, is we don't have enough funding. Like we can argue about where to pull from and whether or not we need Pro D for senior admin or where the phone budgets are at or all those pieces, but we don't have enough funding. And I wish today what we were talking about is how we could join together and lobby the government to better fund public education, because we're underfunded. And it's a problem. And we end up in these positions where trustees are trying to decide like what cuts to make, and senior admin is trying to advise on how to make the district continue to run. And it's a problem. And it's because the pot of money is not enough. So I wish today, again, that's what we were talking about. How do we make that amount enough that we can provide every child with what they need? Good music programs, reading recovery, early literacy intervention, youth and family counselors, excellent food programs, all of these pieces, we should have enough to fund all of that, and we don't. What I hope the trustees will do today is really consider how to keep these cuts from underfunding as far away from our kids, from our students, as you can. All of these I feel like yesterday we saw cuts move back and forth, and I wasn't clear that they were actually moving further away from cuts. If you cut VP positions, it cuts the amount of staff we have in schools. And I've been reading staff recommendations saying, please increase the VP time, because what they do is they help deal with those emergency situations. When you cut inclusive, the gifted program, what you do is increase the load on the other inclusive education teachers who don't have caseloads. And so they just have more work to do, and it provides less services. I didn't see it considered yesterday, but the ISP ratios, the international school program ratios, cutting that means that our English language learner teachers, they'll bear the brunt of that. They do in fact have caseloads, but they pick up all of those other students. And so what it means is less people to do the work with more kids. And that doesn't serve our public education system. And again, and I think I've said it before, I think you're faced with a fairly impossible task. Without asking for more, what do we really do in these moments? But I am hoping, as you consider the budget and consider the pieces that got moved around yesterday, and I appreciated the work that was done, that you really carefully consider how you can take the impact of this moment as far away from our students as possible, because they need as much support as they can, and recovering from the pandemic, they need it more than ever, all of them, and all of those programs. And as teachers, that's what we're here to do. We want to teach kids, and we want the resources to be able to teach our students. And I think that's all my written notes and the margins and my pieces for today. I look forward to your debate and for your careful and united consideration of how you can move forward in a way that truly honors the children in SD61. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Each of our stakeholders, may I welcome to the floor Ms. Hammer, President VCPAC.
These are two hard speakers to follow, but I just wanted to take some time and just really pledge VCPAC support in the sentiment that we need to advocate for more money here, because we see a lot of various important things being channeled through education that is our collective, provincial responsibility to help pay for. And we have some good, strong advocates as parents, and we will lend our voice. And we would love to stand with our trustees instead of just, sending it out to whoever. So we advocate for that. And we also are, our priorities is that we provide equitable education in school district 61 and keeping those cuts as far away as we can. And I know that I don't want to come across as somebody who's uninformed, and I believe in professional development. But when I see these professional development and travel budgets, I think you can do better. I would hope you could do something simple like saying, School District 61 is going to do Zoom conferences this year, and try to reduce those budgets, because it feels like these budgets are about as far away from the kids as you can get. And that is no disrespect meant. In my profession, professional development is so important, especially around the big conversations we're having. But I just feel like you can do work with these budgets. I'm surprised when we're talking about, 748 as the equity of opportunity grant, for example. So I have questions around those expenditures. What amount is a per diem food amount, et cetera, how many CPAs do you have, and so I really would urge us to look closely at that. And then I want to go back to the Songhees Nation just on your option 9, and the Songhees Nation and the Esquimalt Nation's letter that was just read out. And I just want to advocate to bring those enhanced wraparound supports for $86,000 back into new spending. And, I echo the school, the comments around vice principal admin time reduction and gifted teaching staffing reductions. I think when we're thinking about equity, we have, gifted kids are kids with, those are not visible disabilities. And they come with higher rates of suicide. And I just think we need to really, commit to meeting our obligation under human rights legislation to kids with disabilities. And I urge you to really sit with the letter from the Songhees and Esquimalt Nation and look at this option and ask yourself, how are we aligning with what's being asked of us? You are doing a lot of work, and we really appreciate our continued opportunity to speak with you and to see the work that you're doing and to participate in this. So thank you.
Chair.
Trustee Whitaker?
I'm sorry, I just need to interrupt. I'm getting a message from our public that when Kim Morrison switched to speaker view or shared her screen, something switched to speaker view. So there is a request if Mr. Canty can switch back to gallery view for those watching on YouTube.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Whitaker, and thank you, Ms. Hammer, and your army of amazing parents who I know have been so powerful in this whole process. We respect all of the work that you've put into this and are so grateful for your engagement. So thank you so much. If I wasn't sitting in this seat, I'd want to be sitting behind you for sure as a parent in this district. May I welcome any of our other stakeholders, Ms. Massey? Thank you for being here.
Yeah, it's lovely to be back with you all again for our evenings. Anyways, some powerful words were just spoken by, our rights holders and stakeholder groups, and I agree and support with everything that they have said before me. And, I certainly appreciate that you're are trying to keep the cuts as far away from the kids, because we know that's what they're all here for. And, for the members I represent, we support kids directly and indirectly. And as I look at the cuts that you're faced with, we know that our technology staff, they support every student with all the thousands of pieces of equipment that they have, they use every day. And, not having one of them is going to make a difference. And someone's going to have a broken computer or iPad or Chromebook, and it will delay them getting what they need. Our EAs, I know you've been able to put some of them back and hopefully all of them back, because, I know that the supports they provide to the students, with the teachers and the YFCs and all the inclusive ed staff in the schools is vitally important. And I know that they're needed. And, our clerical staff that are on the chopping block, they provide so many services to our students, our families, our staff, our administrators, and we're going to see less of those, whether it's staying late after school because, a parent's got stuck in traffic and you're the one sitting there with them, or whether you're, running madly trying to get the ministry reporting done so that you can get your funding, or, somebody's sick or maybe got a concussion and you're the one that's sitting there with them. Maybe you're supervising kids that aren't managing for the day. The staff in the office do so much more, and to cut those, it's going to be felt, and like I said last night, putting tasks up to the to the Tommy building is going to be hard because they're being reduced there too, you know, and less VP time is going to impact that as well. So, you know, it's going to be tough. And I don't know if you're aware that, and I know that a long time ago when we first started these meetings that I think there was some, you know, when the cuts were done to our schools, slashed in some cases, you know, many hours at high schools, that our clerical staff aren't replaced until at least day 4 when they're away. And that's not like our 2 schools, you know, our neighbors, our Saanich schools. So, you know, not having somebody there for 4 days and then maybe not ever because we don't use our clerical casuals. So, you know, not having that time in the schools is really going to make an impact. So again, anything we can do, we can sign, we can help with to get more funding, because I agree that that's what we need, is for all of us to make everybody's job easier. So thank you.
Did any of other partner groups have a representative here who are hoping to comment?
I believe Jeanette does from ASA.
I sort of thought so. I was looking at her. I didn't see her hand. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here, Ms. Alexander.
Thank you, Chair Waters. Yeah, just on behalf of ASA, I don't think I can say it better than how it's just been said. We echo the sentiments that were expressed so eloquently by Ms. Kelly and the other stakeholders that are here. ASA, we are comprised of the speech language pathologists, the psychologists, our Indigenous counselors, our behavior consultants in the district. And so, you know, we absolutely support a budget that's going to reflect investment in direct student support, especially with our students that are most vulnerable. And these supports are so crucial, like, to the successful delivery of education. So yes, we absolutely would be happy as well to advocate and join forces to make sure that these really crucial supports remain. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We may be a school district in a challenging financial position, but we are all obviously very rich when it comes to the people who make up our learning community. Thank you so much, everybody. So now I'd like the trustees to look for us just to go around our proverbial table or our circle, if we can imagine it like that. And I invite each of you to provide your comments and perspectives on the budget. And I ask that at this point, we don't move any motions. Let's just listen to each other like we've listened to our rights holders and partners. And then we can move into a formal debate, but this will provide everybody that opportunity to be heard. Trustee McNally, I see you've taken yourself off mute. Were you hoping to lead out?
No, sorry, just thinking many thoughts. I did that by accident. Thanks for recognizing though.
No, it's okay. Trustee Painter, Rob Painter, did you want to lead us out?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I'm not doing well. I have found this entire process to be so challenging, so divisive. I feel like, and I respect so much the effort that staff is doing us to provide information, but the last minuteness of it all is wearing me down. I actually blew up at a friend at work today because he asked an honest and innocent question about the Kamloops Residential School, and I unloaded him on both barrels, and it wasn't fair. But I don't know if anyone else is feeling a little bit emotional about what we're doing here in this district and what has shown up over the course of this budget process. And it doesn't make me happy to think that we have so many challenges yet to address within our organization. And I'm not trying to point the finger at anyone. I'm a part of the problem too. I'm continually confounded that we are only dealing with the same proposals that were presented in the first place, that we have not broadened our discussions, that we have not looked at all of the budget, that we have not taken the time to go line by line and figure out where are the little pieces that we can cut from that don't hurt, but still meet our objectives. And I thought it was ironic that the day that the independent advisor was speaking, that the analogy that came to mind is that we're doing surgery with an axe instead of a scalpel. And I'm sorry about the Axford connection, but that was what was in my head. The independent advisor has given us some really, really important guidance on how we can do this better. I sincerely hope to never go through this kind of a process again. I don't think it's benefited anyone. And while I am somewhat optimistic that we are salvaging a few things, for example, music and EAs, it nevertheless continues to astound me that on the list of things that we were initially proposing to cut, so many of them were our most vulnerable students and the supports that they need. And that reflects something that is just fundamentally wrong with our mindset and our disconnect with the strategic plan. So I could go on. Clearly I do on a regular basis, but I'll call it quits there. Thank you.
Thank you. And I hope trustees can share, and as Trustee Painter did, your specific, the things with the budget proposal, how you're feeling about that specifically, and the priorities in the version we have forward, and what you are uncomfortable with. Trustee McNally, did you have a question?
No, Chair. I finally have my thoughts together, and it's short. So may I speak?
You certainly may. I'm going to reorganize my squares because I want us to go in a
thank you
clockwise circle. So please go ahead.
We should have started this whole process if the whole bunch of settlers around this table really believed in reconciliation and how to do it, begin doing it in a real way with the four houses who depend on us to provide education to their children. We should have started with what Crystal Lee Kelly, a representative of the Songhees Nation, read out in her letter today. That's where we should have started. And we're only beginning to honor their requests, the requests of the houses now, when there really appears to me to be little chance of satisfying the requests that Ms. Kelly has read out to us. So I haven't costed out all the things that she's asked for, but at the very least, honoring all those requests from the nations should be where we're going tonight. And I don't think we have time tonight to do that. So that has implications for how the discussion is going to go forward.
Trustee Ferris, would you like to go next?
Thank you very much. It's really hard to follow some of the, the people who have spoken already, but I feel that I should say something. So I want to say at the outset that I will be supporting the motion that the trustees land on tonight, because I seriously think we need to have a budget. in doing so, I wanted to thank Shelley Green, our superintendent of schools. Her leadership through this process has totally reinforced my absolute confidence in her and her team. The superintendent and Kim Morris, the secretary treasurer, have answered as they did last night and did every night, every question, and have taken every opportunity to clarify the budget for trustees and for the public, and to try to make the documentation readable. And I think in many ways, while this has been one of the most difficult, well, it is the most difficult budget we faced since 2000, I'd say. So that's 22 odd years. But I think in many ways, we've done some good things here in terms of reaching out to people and making people aware of what kinds of challenges we face. I'd like to thank our chair, Trustee Waters. I think that she has done this job with a combination of empathy and awareness, and she skillfully chaired our deliberations, and I think tried to be as fair as a person can be. So, and I value that. I value the participation and contribution of all my fellow trustees. I value the participation of our partner groups and the many members of the public who have written to us. And I'm hoping that they will stay on the boat and talk to the government about our need, the greater public's need to be aware of the necessity of adequately funding education. So, and I concur with Ms. Waldron that any reduction in services in education is questionable and or possibly unacceptable. So, however, it is my view also that the district does need an adequate reserve. I really am a bit worried about the reserve that we're proposing. And the board does need to demonstrate a commitment to its strategic plan. I think in this coming year, we really have to, in addition to rethinking how we deal with the budget, we really have to think about our strategic plan, because that should be our guiding light here. So my job as a trustee is to approve a budget so that our district, our teachers, our support staff can get on with the important job of looking after our students. I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And next I have Trustee Hensa.
Ooh, almost started while I was on mute there, and I'm out of dollars for the jar. I don't want to, oh gosh, it's too many thoughts. Thank you to everybody who's spoken today and has brought to light so many of the needs and deficiencies in our process and in the budget. And I'm really looking forward to next year doing this more fully starting in the fall and having working groups, and so that we can really take a really close look at our budget and our process and our strategic plan and make some informed decisions together. As far as the actual line items on this budget, I'm really struggling with it. I really appreciate all the work that trustees did yesterday, moving things around and asking really savvy questions. I was struggling a bit to kind of keep up with the numbers and where they were coming and going, having had time to go over this Excel sheet. I'm still struggling with it. I like that we've been able to keep some of the cuts away from students. I wish that we could do more. I agree with Trustee Ferris that, you know, having such a teeny weeny amount in the reserve, it kind of scares me. You know, if anything happens, then I don't know what we're going to do about it. I really struggle with the communication assistant. I think that it's really important. Like, our communications department of one is working just like crazy. And I know one of the things that people have spoken about a lot during this process is more communication, better communication. And, you know, we can't provide that without the people power to do it. But I absolutely get that seems like, you know, it's far away from the student. So that's something that I'm struggling with and looking forward to talking about tonight. That's pretty much all I have specifically about the budget. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Duncan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And thank you very much to everybody from our stakeholders, to rights holders, my colleagues, and to staff. It has been an extremely difficult budgeting process. Although it feels like it's been going on for a long time, it really hasn't. And I've got to use this space to echo some of my colleagues' concerns about the process, about how we got here, and the need to really reflect on our process moving forward and really do all of that work that needs to be done to put together our working groups and to really think about the options. I think one of the most difficult parts of this process for me personally as a trustee sitting around this table has been the fact that I really did feel blindsided by the proposal draft 3 in mid-April. And it felt very much like there wasn't an opportunity in order to come up with alternatives that were further away from the classroom. And, as we look through our 8 different options that we got on Friday, I appreciate the opportunity to reallocate and move those same options around. But the reality is we have a lot of work to do to look elsewhere and look deeper within our budget for ideas that allow us to move away from reductions to direct student supports. But that said, I have to wholeheartedly agree with everyone around the table that I think is showing that there's certainly consensus in one area, and that is that none of us want to see supports taken away from students. And all of us are recognizing that there is a fundamental gap in provincial funding that has to be addressed. And that gap is something that has been longstanding in education, but it's also the result of a very challenging year of going through, or more than a year now, of going through a pandemic. And so the fact that that has not, unfortunately, resulted in further assistance to districts who are struggling to balance their budgets is very, very unfortunate. And my hope is that as we move into the fall and into the new year, that will change and more money will be forthcoming, more support will be forthcoming. But I think it's going to be very, very important for our board to stand united with our stakeholders and our rights holders, and really use this as an opportunity to speak loudly and clearly and unitedly about the need to increase funding and to pay attention to our most vulnerable students, because right now it's really difficult to see how we're going to do that when we are struggling to balance the budget without cutting direct student supports. We're using our equity of opportunity budget. In order to balance our budget, essentially. That's money that is supposed to be targeted to our most vulnerable learners. And we aren't using that money for that purpose. We're using that money, we're not spending it purposefully in order to balance our budget. That is not a position that I want to be in. And I know it's not a position that anybody wants to be in. So I really hope that we can get that point across loud and clear to the provincial government, and that we can start to build a stronger footing for education from a financial perspective. But I don't discount the fact that, we also as a district have an opportunity here to not just roll over a budget, to really dive deep into that budget and start to look at some of those allocations that have just rolled over year after year after year, and do what we can to be efficient in the areas that don't reduce the supports to students. And so I'm hoping that through this working group and through some of the wonderful advice that we will certainly benefit from Ms. Axford, that we will get there in the end. The last thing I wanted to say was that, and again, it relates to process, maybe unsurprisingly, because I talk about process a lot, is around creating those spaces outside of the budget process to do our work as a learning community in a more collaborative fashion. And so one of the things that certainly has come across to me loud and clear during the process is that there is a wish on the part of most people that I've heard from to come together and have the space to work collaboratively. to use all of the bright minds and expertise and passion that people bring to the table to really find some innovative solutions to not just our budget crisis, but to how we support students. And it's the people supports, you know, like whenever we're talking about budget, one of the hardest things is that we know that what really makes the difference for students are the people resources. It's the people that are sitting next to them, helping them learn and helping them through difficult times. So I really welcome the fact that this is also, as much as it's divided us and been difficult, it's also an opportunity that is bringing us together. And so I look forward to that piece and how that translates in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Ryan Painter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. You know, I'm tempted to not say a whole lot because I feel like my colleagues have pretty much said what I'm thinking. And in fact, Trustee Duncan, I think, well reflects, you know, certainly some of my own concerns in terms of the funding that we're getting to do the work. And I mean, you know, President Waldron, you know, says quite accurately, we need to apply pressure. I mean, we are still the second lowest funded education system in the country. And that's even after the province's increased funding by 18%. There's advocacy that needs to happen. We're sitting in a place right now, not because of a lack of desire of trustees to fund all the good things that we want to do in this district. We're here because the government isn't funding us to do it. That's the problem. And I think we need to be bold and brave and push and advocate to make sure that we have the funding to do this work. Education now is asked to do more than it ever has before. It's not just reading, writing, and arithmetic. It's mental health. It's providing food supports. It's the George J. Family Liaison support worker. It's YFCs. It's you know, important Indigenous engagement, reading recovery, you know, building relationships with the local nations, and all the important reconciliation work that we have, the combination of supports we get from our own Indigenous Education Department, which is absolutely fantastic. And I can't sing enough praise about the amazing work that Shelley Nimi does. My hat is off for all the amazing work that Shelley does. You know, when I think about the work that school districts do, and sometimes people say to me, well, does anybody pay attention? And I think this year, like, yeah, people are absolutely paying attention. And I think we need to really take that to heart. You know, it has been said several times that this is a moment that we should be able to harness to turn it into a positive piece for us, as challenging as this has been, and as we have stepped out and made some missteps, and we have stepped back, we have learned, we've been graceful, and we have a lot of important work to do. In terms of just the critical budget pieces, I just want to say, I'm challenged that gifted teacher staffing is still here being reduced. I know the very real challenges that gifted students have in our district. When people think gifted, they think, oh, this is just somebody who's just a brilliant gifted student. It's so much deeper than that. That is something that challenges me. Looking at clerical and school assistant reductions, I mean, I look at the fact that we're going to have students coming back, and we need that clerical school assistant piece there to make sure we can support the students who are returning into the system. At the same time, I look at the fact that we have maintained collaboration time, which I know is extremely important, especially for those students who require intensive interventions. I know we have brought back education assistant, that reduction. I think that's a really, really important piece that we loop back into this. And of course, music, band, strings, and choir. We've heard, and actually, I can't say it any better than Trustee Whitaker said it yesterday in her presentation, in terms of the importance that we know music has in our district. This has been, though, a fight that I think music parents have had in our district for 20 years. And it would certainly be my desire over the next year, if we can try to find a way through to a resolution to this 20-year music challenge that we've had in this district. I think the will is there. I think the desire is there to find a way to make sure that we are able to preserve and do good music programming in this district that honors the important part that music plays. So I don't want to lose that. At the same time, you know, I appreciate what Trustee Hence's challenge around the communications assistant piece. It does seem far away from students, but you know, we are looking to do more. We want to do more, and we need to do more in terms of our communication and engagement. And I see it absolutely vital that we support our communications staff of one, who I have no doubt, and I cannot speak for, but I have no doubt through this process is stretched beyond their capacity. So that is all I can say for now. The only other piece is, you know, the COMPASS program, the early learning framework, you know, COVID contingencies. I mean, there's, you know, so much here that I wish we could be including in this, and I know we can't. And that just goes back to funding. We have to push. We have to push for funding from government. So that's my piece. I do look forward to supporting the budget as is. I think it is an appropriate balance, although there are things that I'm not thrilled with. But I think we have done the good work to make this as good as I think it can possibly be. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Painter. Trustee Leonard.
Chair Waters, might I ask just a point of clarification? Trustee Painter indicated that collaboration time is no longer being cut from that, and that wasn't my understanding. I was just wondering if I could ask for clarification on that so that I am on the same page moving forward.
Who would like to clarify for Trustee Painter?
I can. The collaboration time is not in the list of savings in the motion on the floor, or the bylaw on the floor.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Trustee Leonard.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity. I would like to thank everyone who has spoken before me. As Trustee Ferris and I are the only two trustees at the table currently who have gone through a budget reduction process prior to this, like this one. Let me assure you it does not get any easier just because it's not a new process. There have been the processes that we undertook in previous years fell along exactly the same lines as we have engaged in during this process, where our staff has brought forward possible reductions, and we've gone forward and consulted and talked with our public and our stakeholders. There's been many comments during this engagement process concerning lack of consultation, trustees not understanding the impacts of the cuts, not enough time to weigh the options. There have also been suggestions of delaying the process, more consultation, or look at different options. I want to assure everyone out there, we have heard you. We do understand the impact of every cut that has been proposed, and we have had enough time to absorb the information and make a decision. The options tonight are fundamentally the same reductions that were presented at the April 13th meeting, now presented as 9 options. They are based on the feedback and suggestions from our public, stakeholders, and our independent advisor, Joan Axford. There will still be a need for a process to look at further cuts from the sounds of what we will anticipate next year, and that was also contained in the independent advisor's budget. What I will say about the process right now, and this is because I'm not sure if I will get the opportunity later, is that the problem with the way our budget works in the education system is that the government drops our money in March. We have a limited time to come up with cuts, propose reductions, and then balance the budget. What we have found in previous years, if that a cut is not on the table, no one comes to you to talk about it in the fall because they have not been named as a possible reduction. So I'm really hoping that the people will engage with us this fall as committees, I believe, will be struck to talk about next year's budget and engage and come forward with some suggestions, because as I've said, quite often nobody shows up. We've had meetings where no one has shown up because they weren't named as a possible reduction. And in my mind, sometimes that's why the April numbers have come forward and everybody gets engaged at that time, but they don't talk to you prior to that. So with the budget this evening, every cut is hard. Most of our dollars, 90% of our budget is salary. So it's very difficult to not impact someone's livelihood, someone's job, someone's position. And as I said before, it never gets easier no matter how many times we've gone through this. I'm not happy with losing staff. I've put my hand up to close a school before in order to retain staff. And so these are very difficult cuts for me as well. So I will support the budget that is passed tonight by the majority of trustees, whatever comes forward, because we need to move on and let the district get back to its staffing, get back to the reality of what will be next year. And then hopefully we can have a longer process for the upcoming budget next year. And I look forward to people engaging with us and coming out early in the fall to have these discussions again. Thank you very much.
Trustee Whitaker. Thank you, Elaine.
Okay, well, thank you. And I too would thank the parents, the students, our rights holders, our stakeholders for sharing their voices, for sharing their perspectives, for sharing their stories, for sharing the sleepless nights. And I would apologize that this process has created such strife for so many, but I do want to acknowledge how important it has been to hear from you. And I also want to acknowledge how difficult the process has been. And I'm going to be honest and say, you know, I feel like we're not all happy and we are going to feel very unsatisfied with the final results. It by no means is what I think any of us want. We haven't created any new money, and we certainly haven't resolved the problem of underfunding in education. And we're not going to see that right away. And we will see next year the same challenge where we are going to be looking for money. And that is a reality, and that's really sad. So what we have essentially done in this budget is we are asking our staff to do more, to do it with less time, and to do it with less resources. And I think that as a group, we have to acknowledge that's what education seems to have been for a very long time. The people that work in our schools and work with our students are the type of people that will go the extra mile. We put more demands on them because they are the people that will pick up those demands. And government continues to underfund education because education is built of caring, supportive, innovative, and amazing people and adults. And they are throughout our entire system. And if it weren't for that, there is no way that we could do what we do for students on the money that we have. So to all of the staff working, to all of the volunteers, thank you so much for what you do and for what we're going to ask you to do next year. So it's true that this budget does cut people out of our schools, which to me is contrary to what we know builds school connectedness. This is what underfunding creates. And this is significant because we know that feeling connected to a school is an indicator of future student success. So my hope is that in the future, as we see enrollment increase, that we will be able to reinstate more people into our schools. Additionally, I would insist that this is only the beginning and that of our budget review, and that this will start again in the fall. because this budget is not okay. It's not how I want to fund education in our district, but this is what I've been tasked to do as a board. This is our responsibility to pass a budget. We will review this budget again and we'll make modifications. But we must also task ourselves with the responsibility to do better and to present a better budget this time next year and a better process, one that people feel they have been included in well in advance. The budget also next year must be based on full consultation on data and of community priorities and guidelines that we are going to make decisions on. And I also must accept the offer, or we must accept the offer of our partners, and with so much gratitude to come together for our children to advocate for more education, or more education dollars. There is no doubt this is what has to happen. It has to happen across the province. We need to look at this funding formula, and we need to look at what it is that government is funding. Because what we know supports student success is not just what's happening in the classroom. And that's, I think, the biggest challenge that we have seen through this budget is the things that we really hold dear and near, the things that I remember from my experience in the education system, and that our students, my children, remember from their education. It wasn't the science class. I wish it was, but it's not. It's all those extracurricular activities that connect them to school. It's all of those adults that noticed something about them that day because they had the time to do it. They didn't feel rushed off their feet, that they could show that kindness and that caring to our students. So it is my goal that that is where we continue to go and that we advocate together. And in advance, I'm just going to say thank you to all of the people, again, who are working in our school for our students. I know next year is going to be hard, and we're going to try and come up with solutions to reduce that as quickly as we can. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Whitaker. Thank you to all of my colleagues. I don't think I heard anything I didn't agree with. Truly, I think we share values, and I think we are clearly quite united around this, which I just think is so wonderful. Clearly, we want to keep the cuts as far away from the classroom as possible, and I think we all feel pretty uncomfortable with the choices before us, and I certainly do too, because there's no way to keep them all the way away, because every person in our system is important, and every single person in the system supports student learning in some way. You know, other than the supplies, and even those office supplies, I'm sure have their role. But I mean, it's all the people, each and every one makes me feel really uncomfortable and pretty aware of my, the responsibilities here in our decision making. I think for me, I just want to express that I feel like this moment can be like truly transformative if we use the energy together. And that's what I heard. We are all united around the need to be strong advocates, and we have powerful, articulate, engaged people around the table to come with us and stand united. We are stronger together. And I think we really need to look at our shared values and demand more, because our kids deserve it. I also think this can be a transformative moment. We've been talking about systemic racism in this district in a way that I've not heard those conversations in my 7 years as a trustee, and, truth first, then reconciliation. And so I feel like we are in a moment of maybe, digging deeper around the truth in order to root out, the foundations, which are colonial. Each of us are a part of that system. And so I hope that this can be transformative for our whole system to really do the work of reconciliation. I'm grateful, as I've already said tonight, to all the voices so powerful, really powerful voices. And I think, we have done a lot of consultation, and there's been a lot of talk around the consultation that we've done. And I started really sort of doubting myself, because I feel like I've heard from, I have heard deeply impacted by the stories that I've heard, and humbled that people share them, like these really intimate details about how their kids are impacted by, the first time they picked up a cello. I mean, it's been pretty amazing. I went through the list created a list of all the different consultation we've done. I think I came up with over 11,000 points of individual feedback between all the public meetings, the presentations, the questions that have been asked and answered, the thought exchange, on and on and on. But what we've heard so clearly from the community is that all of that consultation, it's the quality, right? We need to have different kind of conversation in a different kind of way. I think it's amazing that we achieved this level of engagement in the middle of a pandemic. At the same time, I'm sort of horrified that we had to have this level of consultation during a pandemic when we're all pretty worn down already. And so I'm excited, and I hope that we can have, I'm not excited, I'm apologetic, and as I said, horrified, but I am hopeful and excited to hopefully take this energy to new tables in the fall, and to have these conversations, and to hopefully use this energy, to really go united, to take it all the way, not just, like the protests we saw from Tommy all the way to the legislature. And I just want to express my thanks to Joan Axford, and you really cleared up a few things. We've had a lot of, confusing elements, like, is the contract fully funded? And I'm grateful that your report was able to highlight quite clearly that it is not fully funded. And so there are some gaps there. And I think things that we can, make a very strong case around and needing extra funding. Because as long as our costs, just the basic costs are not being covered, the costs are growing faster than the money. I mean, it means that we get less and less money every year. In terms of what we built last night, I feel really hopeful that we were able to build a budget. And I know how important it is for our system, but there are things I feel uncomfortable about. I think, there's a real temptation to just move things around. And I wonder about sort of a principle that I'd like to talk about moving forward is around taking a little from a lot. Do you know what I mean? Like, what would it look like to take, when we look at all those things we're cutting, could we, slim down in other areas? VP time, I think that's going to have a huge impact in our schools, huge. And then I'm wondering about things like collaboration time, which collaboration is so critical to supporting our vulnerable students. But I do also wonder, and I've had this conversation with many of you around the importance of having bodies in the classroom, bodies in the building, and that people time, and that, if there aren't enough people, then, maybe collaboration needs to come after we have the people in the classroom. And then network infrastructure, which we haven't talked about at all, and is by all means far away from the classroom, and yet at the same time, like, it is in the classroom, right? It's not a person, but and that contingency piece, I personally have really, really high risk tolerance, but I still know that it's a gamble, and I would, I do feel really nervous about that, but I feel hopeful that we're going to be able to work through this together and come up with a budget that, while we don't necessarily feel good about, that we can stand behind and work from that point on, and to get the funding that we need, and to have the conversations that we need to have as a community, and from a place of respect. And I can't say how much I respect everybody who's taken the time to engage. And I regret that it has to be so hard. And I hope that we can have I hope that we can come together in more positive ways. Thank you. I'm sorry if I rambled. I just really appreciate the opportunity to share my perspective as well. Sometimes I feel like I don't want to insert my view too much because I get to do a lot of talking as the chair, but I'm glad to have had the opportunity to share my perspective on the budget pieces. Now we're going to be ready to take that bylaw off the table and begin a formal debate. And I know that trustees have lots of motions, and I'm excited to hear what people are thinking. My focus is on getting a balanced budget so that we can start on the important work that we have. I would really appreciate a short break so that just a bio break for everybody so that we can be really focused as we move into this next really critical part of our meeting. Trustee Ryan Painter?
Yeah, I'll just move that we take a 5-minute break.
Do you have a seconder? Thanks, Trustee Duncan. Did you have a question or are you seconding?
No, I'm seconding.
Thank you so much. All those in favor of a 5-minute? Thanks, everybody. We will come back at 7:46. Okay, everyone. When you're ready, I won't go racing ahead until I see the one's shining faces. I do want to welcome you back and call us to order. We're just waiting for Trustee Hensa, Trustee Ferris, Trustee McNally.
Sorry, have back drama in the homestead.
Hi, Cora.
Drama.
Hey, Trustee Ferris. So I believe we need a motion to take it from the table. Thank you, Trustee Ryan Painter and Trustee Leonard. All those in favor? And so this just opens debate. Okay. Trustee McNally, do you abstain? Okay, the motion carries with all in favor and Trustee McNally's abstention. We do have some recommended motions from trustees that are in the agenda packet, but I welcome any motions at this time to amend the budget. Trustee Whitaker.
Thank you. So I did send an amended amendment. Sorry.
Which one? We've got lots.
It's just the last one that I sent. Sorry, perhaps so what I would like to do is remove the communications staff person in the amount of $66,945. And I would like to add the Compass program at $86,000. And I would like to, because there's a shortage there, I would like to take the other amount, the amount from the district leadership, or no, from the international education travel allocation. I'm sorry, of course, I'm reading off my old one here.
It's okay. We're just gonna slowly move through this, so no hurry.
Okay, so the number from the international education travel is $19,055. That makes that an even change.
A balanced budget. Would it be helpful for trustees to have Secretary Treasurer Morris show the changes for us? I know it's difficult to follow the numbers, but I'm seeing assent to that. Trustee Rob Painter, are you seconding Trustee Whitaker's motion?
I'll second and let me know when I can move a second motion.
Okay, the motion has been moved and seconded. Trustee Rob Painter, if you would like to, I can recognize you. You're the only one with your hand up. Please.
Oh, thank you so much, Chair. No, I move to remove this to take the funds from the operational reserve. It is my personal opinion that there's no sense saving for a rainy day when you're in the middle of a monsoon. So I believe that's better money spent than taking from the goose that cooks the golden egg.
Well done. Okay, so the amendment is to move the second half of this equation, which is where does the money come from, and to take it from the surplus instead.
Can I speak to this?
You certainly can, but first I want to see if that motion has a seconder.
I thought Trustee Painter already seconded it.
The amendment?
Did he not?
Rob Painter has moved an amendment to your amendment. And I'm asking if we have a seconder to the amendment and Trustee McNally is indicating yes. Trustee Rob Painter, I believe you gave your rationale.
Yes, Chair. I think anything else would be superfluous.
Yeah, no, you did a great job. I appreciate your rationale. Trustee Whitaker, did you want to speak to this amendment to your amendment?
Thank you. Yeah. Well, we are using rainy day funds for a lot right now. The goal has to be, I mean, in fact, where we have talked about risk, I am at a level of, like, I'm not prepared to take any more from surplus and I'm not prepared to take any more from the reserve. This is only $27,000 that taking it from international. And this is, of course, the information that we just received today that I based this on. Maybe I should clarify that the amount of funding to international education travel is currently $105,000. And noting that it is COVID, I see no, there's going to be a reduction there. And I'm hopeful that people aren't traveling that much. And I'm hopeful that we'll also look at professional development more. So I see taking this money from that pot is a savings to this budget and to future budgets, rather than a one-time savings from a reserve or restricted amount. If something happens mid-year, I want to have some reserves there. So that's just my challenge. I just want to tell the international education, don't book those flights.
Thank you, Trustee Whitaker. Trustee Ryan Painter, and then I'll go to Leonard and I'll put myself on the list as well. And Trustee Rob Painter, I saw your hand up. You will have an opportunity to close on your amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Trustee First Painter beat me to this. I had a different amendment to this. So if this one does fail, I have an alternative that I'm happy to bring forward, which will do essentially the same thing. But I really appreciate, and I'm going to support the amendment to the amendment because I think it's taking a relatively small amount in terms of a percentage from the reserves. I am not comfortable with the reserves going any lower after taking this out. I think we have drawn down as much as we should. It would be extremely concerning to go much lower. But I also value, and I think I've said it before, the need to provide support for our communications department for the additional engagement, outreach, and communications work that we are going to be doing, not just now, but into the future. We have shown as a district that we want to communicate, we want to be engaged, and I think we need to staff as if that is a priority. So that is why I will.
Speaking to the amendment.
Yeah, and the amendment keeps the communications assistant in. Thank you, Trustee Whitaker. Appreciate it. So I will very much be supporting the amendment to the amendment because it maintains the communications assistant and moves funds out of the reserve. Thank you.
Thank you. It would be super helpful to me. I just want to ask if trustees would let me know or let all of us know at the beginning if you're speaking in favor or in opposition to the motion, then we can have a good handle on it. Trustee Leonard, and I'm going to take myself off the speakers list because I want to speak to the amendment, not the amendment to the amendment. Trustee Leonard, and then Duncan, and then...
I'm a little confused here right now. We're speaking to the remainder of the amount coming from surplus right now, are we not?
Yeah.
Correct. I'm not in favor of taking it from surplus, and regarding the same reasons as Trustee Whitaker said, and just for clarification for Trustee Ryan Painter, with this original motion, the communications person is not being hired. just so that
I got it now. Confused.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Excellent. So, but I'm not willing to draw down surplus any farther than it is. So thank you.
Secretary Treasurer Morris, did you want to speak before I turn to Trustee Duncan? Did I imagine your hand up?
You did not imagine it. I wanted to give the same clarification as Trustee Leonard did. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Duncan?
I actually just wanted to give that same clarification so that we were clear that we were not talking about keeping the communications person. Yeah, thanks.
Great. Okay, so we are all on the same page. I'm seeing no more speakers. So this amendment is simply to change where the money is coming from. And Trustee Rob Painter's moved that it come from surplus instead of the travel budget. And I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of changing it to surplus?
Excuse me, Chair.
Oh, did you want to close?
I did, thank you.
I apologize, and thank you very much for speaking up, and please go ahead, and then I'll call the question.
Thank you very much. And actually, I'm quite appreciative of Trustee Whitaker's clarification regarding the likelihood of reduced requirements for travel, potential for Zoom, Skype, Teams, etc., online meetings. So I personally am going to be voting against this. If I could withdraw it, I could, but it belongs to the table now. So thank you.
Okay, without further ado, I will call the question. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment? All those opposed? Trustee Painter, Ryan Painter, I see you voting twice. That's okay.
I am opposed. Thank you, Chair. It's been a long day.
Opposed? That's all right. And abstentions? Trustee McNally. So the motion fails, and we're back to the amendment, the main amendment. Trustee Ryan Painter, did you indicate that you had an amendment to the amendment?
I did, Chair, but I'm thinking that because of the nature of the amendment to the amendment, it might actually run contrary to the initial intent. So I think I'm going to actually just have to move an amendment based on what happens with this one. Because I seek clarification from the Secretary Treasurer, and I mean, perhaps I could move the amendment to the amendment. You can let me know. I don't want to confuse the table too much is what I'm trying to say here. Yeah. Maybe I'll wait and see what happens with this, and I'll bring it if this one fails.
Okay, I am not seeing hands flying up, so I'm going to ask my question of clarification where I was putting myself on the list before, which is just a question for the Secretary Treasurer. Looking to the future and our desire to maintain our robust programming, especially around music, I see the potential to actually grow our international student program, or, you know, at very least, I could see us having the conversation around the need to grow that, not just back to the previous levels. Would pulling from the international travel budget impact recruitment? Or are we anticipating that we are going to be, I mean, I don't know. Do you have a crystal ball? Like, because I don't know what's going to happen in terms of international travel. And Superintendent Green, thank you for helping.
I speak to the international travel component because it will be a slow start this year. And so the usual would be beginning in the early fall, and that's highly likely not going to happen once the world restarts itself. So I think we do have a little bit of space that there could be a cost savings this year and not the usual budget being used. Having said that, it will certainly be part of the conversation for next year as we want to increase robustness in international. And so it would be part of budget discussions, but I do see some cost savings in this as we move into September.
Great, then I'll just finish by saying that I definitely would support pulling from there, and I too would like to see the Compass wraparound supports come back into our budget. At the same time, I wonder about the value of that communications role in supporting us through our budget process that I hope starts in September. I see Trustee Ryan Painter and Trustee Leonard.
Yeah, Chair, I'm gonna try to move this, and we can see if you rule it out of order. That's fine. My amendment to the amendment would be to strike the removal of the communications assistant to fund for the Compass program, and instead to pull 33,000 from the International Education Pro D and travel budget, another 33,000 from the PVP Pro D, and finally 20,000 from local mileage. And if I have a seconder for that, I would be happy to motivate.
Can I just clarify, sorry, before we do that?
Yes, absolutely. I would like clarification at every step.
$115,000 that is Pro D for principals and vice principals is contractual.
Okay. I withdraw with the approval of the table, and we'll see if we can...
seconded, so you don't need to withdraw.
Thank you, Chair.
Trustee Leonard?
While I understand pulling the difference from the international education amount, as we may certainly have a late start to the season, whatever amount they need to procure our students, they will use. So at the end of the very end result is the bottom line is we would be getting less revenue from them at the end of the year, or for this fiscal, for the fiscal year coming up. So if we pulled 27,000 out of there and they need it to recruit the students that we need in order to build up our revenues again, they will use that because that's what they need to market and retain the students. And I cannot support the pulling out the communications person. I won't support that because I've seen what staff have been through in the last couple of months to do with the communications, and Lisa has been working around the clock full-time, as has many of our other staff, to try and keep up with the level of engagement that we've asked of our staff. So if the Compass piece is by itself as a motion, I might figure out where to take that from, but I can't support the motion on the floor right now.
Are there any other speakers to the motion, or shall we let Trustee Whitaker close? Trustee Whitaker?
Okay, thank you. So I want to speak about the communication position, and generally I guess I want to talk about communications in the district. I know that everyone is saying and hearing, oh, we want more communication. Our communication staff is running crazy. We seem to be having the narrative, the actions, there's some real serious disconnect here. And when I listen to our rights holders and our stakeholders, our partners, our parents, even our students talking about wanting to communicate, they are not asking for another news media release. They are not asking for another web page or another posting. What they are asking for is for a dialogue. This does not require any more work from the communication coordinator. In fact, what I believe, if we were to step forward with open hearts, patiently and slowly, step forward and have those conversations with all of our partners, with our community, the need for communication coordinator hours would be dramatically reduced. So for me, I am not able to support bringing in another individual to write more news releases, more black and white. What we are looking for, or what our partners and our community are asking for, is for us to step forward as individuals and have a dialogue. So unless we're funding more of that, I I really struggle with that. I think that that is where our focus needs to be in communication, not in another staff person. As much as I completely appreciate the work that Lisa's doing, I'm hoping that we can move forward and reduce her work.
Thank you very much. So I believe sorry, Trustee Ferris, but Trustee Whitaker just closed. She did a really good job though, and it raised some issues for me as well, but the debate has closed. So I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amendment, which I will just make clear, is to move the compass into the budget, to move communications out of the budget, and to cover the balance with international travel funds, which our Secretary Treasurer has confirmed for us is doable. Correct?
Correct.
Correct. It's a balanced move. Do we have questions before I call the question? Trustee Rob Painter.
Sorry, I thought you were calling the question. My apologies.
I am calling the question now. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? So the motion carries.
Oh, you're kidding.
Trustee Ferris, you're not muted.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. It's nice to see some emotion. So the motion carries. We still have a balanced budget, which is all motions need to come forward in a way that creates balance. So I'll now open it up to the next proposed amendment, if there are any. I know we have some recommended that have come forward from trustees that are on the agenda. Trustee Rob Painter, please take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I have a great deal of confidence in this one, but I'll press on regardless. This proposes to take from the reserve the $350,000 required for gifted, if I'm not mistaken, 372. I'm trying to find the number for school clerical, and the balance to vice principal admin time reduction. And my rationale is quite simply that gifted programming, I've had quite a number of conversations with Mitch Barnes, who's now the retired gifted district coordinator for many years. Very much respect his opinion on this one. He pointed out—
Rob Painter, I recognize that you're motivating, but I just want to make sure we have a seconder.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt your flow.
No, appreciate that.
Thank you, Trustee McNally. Secretary Treasurer Morris. I just want to make sure everything's balanced before we get too far.
So will I have an opportunity to present the motion?
Absolutely.
After?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just trying, and this will be the process I'll follow for each, because just to keep us all
understood. Thank you. Yep.
Secretary Treasurer Morris.
What is the motion?
The motion is to remove the gifted and the school clerical amounts from the reductions, and to take that amount from the operational reserve.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So going back to what I was saying, Mitch Barnes was responsible for the district gifted program for quite a number of years. And the first thing I would like to state is that gifted, as someone much smarter and more knowledgeable than me has said, was probably the worst possible label that could be applied to this designation. Gifted suggests that somehow students are benefiting or, somehow above standard. And there's been some confusion over time that things like challenge programs are somehow support of gifted. Challenge programs are support of students seeking advanced opportunities. Gifted students by designation have one or more abilities that are significantly higher than the rest of their abilities. So they're in an odd situation. In some cases, they're far advanced relative to their peers, and in other cases, they're completely normal and possibly even have some challenges to work with. The reality, though, is that these students are, for lack of a better word, anomalies within their classes and often within their schools. They don't have peers, at least direct counterparts. They're often isolated, and there's academic research to suggest that they frequently dumb down their abilities to try to fit in. One of the things that a gifted level or a district level program for giftedness has been able to provide is the ability for these students to come together on a few occasions to find their group, to find the people who are like them, who have this weird, well, not weird, that's a bad term, but this differential range of abilities. And I remember a conversation with the district counselor some time back who indicated that some of the gifted kids were her biggest caseload because, as has been indicated by others, gifted kids are at a high rate of suicide. They have difficulty fitting in. They are very much, well, the designation is appropriate. And the idea that their needs can be met within a school setting actually reflects a misunderstanding of just how disparate this designation is. It should also be noted that in the time that the Liberals rolled gifted funding into the per student, per capita designation for funding, that across the province and in this district, the number of gifted students who are designated has dropped by more than half. We don't even look for them anymore, or at least not as effectively as we did in the past. So I really do struggle with any suggestion that these students will find meaningful support simply within their school groups. And that is it means no disrespect to learning support staff or anyone else. What they need on top of that modification of their classroom environment is an opportunity to engage with and find their peers. The next one is clerical. The first thing is that
is clerical included in your motion?
Yes, it is. Yeah, I went gifted in clerical and then the balance to VP and admin. So clerical is the next.
That we're speaking to the motion. Trustee Whitaker, did you have a point of order?
Yeah, so can I just get a point of clarification from the Secretary Treasurer? Are we still balanced? I'm just confused as to what we're taking here. Or maybe someone, what clerical are you speaking of, Trustee Pinker?
If perhaps I can clarify. According to my numbers, with the gifted and school clerical staff, we're roughly just over 700,000 out of 887, I believe, in which, and as a consequence, the minor balance would go to VP admin time, which is my next priority. Of course, I defer to the Secretary Treasurer and the spreadsheet for clarification.
Just for clarification, he's taking the reserves to zero.
Yeah, absolutely. That was my question. And where you mentioned the three, you were, when you had the principals and the other clerical in there, you were clearly well over. So I thank you for clarifying.
That's right. So the two in my motion is to fully fund with the balance of what is in the reserve going to VP time. So the second point then, if I may, Chair, if we're in a good state to carry on.
Sorry, can I just...
Secretary Treasurer, yep. Sorry, jumping in.
My understanding is that we're discussing gifted at 350,501.
Yes.
Back in, and school clerical at 342,849, or all clerical?
No, school clerical, thank you.
Okay, and so I have a total of 693,350 coming out of reserve. Is it greater than that?
The last part of the motion would be to apply the balance to vice principal admin time,
which is 127,263.
Thank you.
Okay, so carrying on, the clerical staff, number of challenges I find here. The biggest one is that any admin time left by the clerical staff, who honestly do way more than is in their job description when it comes to engaging with parents, and not just at the elementary school where I'm sure the burden is heaviest, but at high school as well, where I've on a first name basis with front office staff. These individuals are the heart of the organization. You know, if you will accept that the principal is the brains and blah, blah, blah. What I'm trying to say is that in the absence of these individuals, the whole system runs less efficiently. It's not to say that it can't be done, but it takes an already demanding role in our administration and makes it that much harder to fulfill. It means that they don't have the wherewithal to be able to address all the various and sundry responsibilities that admin staff take care of. And one of the other points to consider is that I recall that it wasn't so long ago that we were engaged in discussions about being a living wage employer. And I honestly have concerns that by going forward with this reduction, what we're doing is making an already challenging salary pretty much impossible for an individual to maintain on a single job. And I really think that we need to take a good hard look at how we respect our employees, how we demonstrate that respect, and how we recognize their commitment to the organization. If we need more work to be done, pretty much likely that our staff will step up to the game. But cutting their hours, cutting their ability to actually meet their living obligations is a really challenging one. My last point is the vice principal admin time reduction. And quite honestly, in my experience, I think vice principals, certainly at elementary schools, but then also higher up, are probably some of the toughest jobs in the organization. Not only do they have a teaching responsibility, which by all rights should occupy them 24/7 all the way through the week, but then on top of that, they have all the administrative responsibilities that come along with managing the affairs of the school. Now, obviously, that's going to vary depending on the relationship between the principal and vice principal. But I know of a number of vice principals who have told me that it's not unusual for them to be in the office at 10 o'clock at night and then going home and prepping for the next day.
Painter, just being
I'm summing up, Chair.
We're at
I'll sum up.
minutes, I think.
So
10 minutes.
That's about my par, but I'll sum up. The big point is that while it's a nice round number that we can extract from the budget and it feels like, oh, well, that problem is solved, we're really creating a myriad of challenges that are going to make it that much more difficult for administration and staff to function throughout the day. And I think that is counterproductive to what we're trying to achieve here. So while I do respect the need to balance the budget, 2 points, we need to keep those cuts away from the schools, away from the classrooms. And the second point is that trying to be fiscally prudent and create a reserve in a year of such crisis, I think is penny wise and pound foolish. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Painter, for that very thorough motivation. Are there speakers to this motion? Trustee Whitaker?
Okay, there's a lot to this motion and I'm trying to write notes. And so first, I just want to say all of these roles are important. I don't, there's no debating that. Everything that Trustee Painter has said is true. All of these people are valuable. Yes, the secretary is so important. She's, and you know what, those are the things that my kids talk about years after they've left, is interactions that they've had with those people. So there's no doubt in that. But whether we, you know, this is the reality. As I said before, we are cutting people from the budget. That's how we are balancing the budget. And it will be a challenge. It is our job to go and to find more money to bring these people back into the school. But right now, that is not a reality. I don't feel safe in the amount of risk of reducing surplus to zero. There will be challenges in our school, and our school staff are going to need to pull together even more to build efficiencies. They're going to become even stronger and tighter teams. And I hate that that's the reality, but that is the reality. Our school communities are going to work smarter, hopefully not harder. Parents are going to need to be there supporting their teachers. Let's get those classroom parent reps in there helping with those class lists and those checklists of who's paid and who needs to, and all of those things that the secretaries have been doing that are going to fall off the desk. We are going to see a difference in our schools next year. But again, what happens if we get several students into our school that need special supports, that we have to alter something? We need to know that that funding is available. What happens if our schools, we see even more challenges and we need to quickly dump more supports into a school? That's what the reserve is for. It's for those emergencies that come up. So draining it to an absolute zero leaves us committed to what we passed tonight with zero flexibility. So I can't support that. As much as I want all of those things, the reality is the money is not there. So I can't support this. I'm sorry.
Trustee Leonard?
I don't have anything further to add. Trustee Whitaker said it all, but so I cannot be supporting the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Trustee Painter, would you like to wrap up providing new
I will briefly close, I promise.
New information, please. We all...
Absolutely, I respect that. Trustee Whitaker brings an important point. One of the key issues to consider is the matter of timing of issues, or timing of resources coming through. One of the big thing is that September 30th, once the student numbers and designations are put forward, at that point in time, we submit our numbers and the amended annual budget is brought forward. So if we have students with additional challenges that need to be supported, well, clearly we're not going to wait until February, but the advantage is that we can draw forward from the budget that we already have and then fill up that gap with the amended budget when it is implemented. So really, there is no risk. If we have challenges within the schools that we have to support because we have new designated students or other challenges, then that will come through in the amended annual budget and we'll be able to bounce back. The amended annual budget comes halfway through the year. We have ample time to adjust. The big thing to keep in mind is that next year we'll be starting in October and we'll be going through line by line, and we will be able to pick out each and every opportunity for savings. We don't have that capacity this year. Next year, we'll actually be able to develop a robust plan that will include allocations. I am speaking to the motion. Chair or Trustee Whitaker brought up the part or the issue of the need for a reserve. The reality is this is as bad as I hope it gets. Next year, we will be able to plan going forward with that reserve already in place instead of cutting essential services just in case something bad happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary Treasurer, do you want to recap the motion before I call the question?
Certainly. The motion is to remove gifted for $350,000 from the list of savings, to remove school clerical $343,000 from the list of savings, and PVP time from the list of savings in the amount of $127,000, and to offset those add backs by use of reserve for $820,613.
Okay, I will call the question. All those in favor of the amendment to the budget? All those opposed? Okay, so the motion fails with Trustee Rob Painter and Dia McNally in favor and the balance of trustees opposed. Would any other trustees like to move a motion? Trustee McNally.
Thank you. Chair, I did send these motions in to our Executive Secretary, Vicki Hanley, so they should be available there. I have two. One is,
I believe are they on the agenda?
I've printed an agenda. I can't stand eScribe, and I hope the motion to get rid of it passes at some point. So what I have is what the public has, which is the printed version, and it stops at D1, Trustee Painter's motion, and then adjournment. So I don't know.
It's been updated.
Pardon?
What's the first motion?
The first motion is that the board amend the budget proposal by 1, reinstating the 3.739 FTE district funding for the reading recovery teachers, and 2, ensure that the district funding for the reading recovery teacher leader coordinator is reinstated as a separate line item.
So to be clear, that is at C1 for anybody at home who wants to be able to see the motion. It is in C1 in our agenda online. Do you have a seconder, Trustee McNally?
Chair, I second.
Duncan? Trustee Duncan, thank you. And thank you, Trustee Painter. Please go ahead and motivate Trustee McNally, or perhaps we'll hear the motion, make sure that it balances in terms of Secretary Treasurer.
Well, may I suggest where we take it from?
Yes, please.
Ladies?
Yes, we require that.
Okay. I'm suggesting that we take this from, take the expense for the teacher leader, which is about $73,000. And I don't think it's being reinstated. I'm beginning to see all the spreadsheets kind of blend into one giant thing that baffles me. So we need $73,000 approximately for the reading recovery teacher leader, without whom the program and intervention early learning can't go on. So that could easily come as a separate line item from the $500,000 literacy basket funding. And the 3.739 district funding for the district portion of the reading recovery teachers could come from there as well. It's not a huge amount. And it's absolutely targeted toward literacy and achieving the ends that the $500,000 basket literacy proposal provides at this point.
Thank you, Trustee McNally. Secretary Treasurer?
Pardon?
Secretary Treasurer?
The 73,000 for the reading recovery coordinator is already in the bylaw on the floor, coming out of the 500,000.
I'd like it to be a targeted separate item so that we know we have a teacher leader for reading recovery. And if we don't reinstate the district funding, the district portion of the funding, we still won't have a reading recovery program in the schools. I'm getting seriously confused about what's happening with reading recovery now. So we have a teacher leader, but we're not paying the district portion for the teachers?
Correct.
That's never going to work, and we all know that. So my motion stands, and I would like to, may I motivate further?
Yes, absolutely. And then I'll turn to our educational leader so they can provide us some context, and we'll move into debate. You've got a seconder, so please go ahead.
Okay, and I'd just like to say that I respect our teachers and our EAs as educational leaders also. And we've heard from many of them. We've heard from many parents. We've heard from reading recovery teachers about the value of this program. And I would say at this point, most importantly, it's a major ask from the Songhees and Esquimalt Nation. This evening, we heard in the letter that Crystal Kelly read aloud how significantly reading recovery has impacted achievement for the children of the nations, and how and it, as I said, it's a significant ask. To ignore that ask is not honoring what our words say about reconciliation and what we claim to be doing for Indigenous students.
Thank you. Did Superintendent, did you want to provide any clarity around, because I know the other trustees had questions too around how does the coordinator enable reading recovery to continue or not?
So I can, I'm not all that sure that I'm crystal clear on what Trustee McNally would like to do, but ultimately, as you know, the coordinator is still included in the literacy budget. It's a $500,000 investment that includes the reading recovery teacher. We've heard from many of the proposals that schools are looking for a balanced literacy program in their schools. We are well aware the reading recovery teachers have had great success with individual students, but the reach of multiple students and having a deep balanced literacy component is another layer that, as we've worked on this for over 3 years to move forward into, that we heard back through the equity committee extensively on the direction that our schools would like to go. And so this was that place of honoring that we had heard that some schools still want to be keeping their ability to have reading recovery for certain students that are on a one-to-one basis and have a certain level that they are at and needs that they have, and complementing the ability to move into a deeper, more robust, balanced literacy program. So this was a response to that deep dive from the equity committee on being able to create that and put that forward.
So just to be clear, just making sure that we understand the motion. So we're putting back in all of the FT, like the full reading recovery package that served our 14 elementary schools, correct? And that takes up the full, we are at a balanced budget, but it's taking out all of the literacy investment.
Absolutely not. No, 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 no.
Okay, I'm just asking the Secretary Treasurer so that we're making sure.
May I speak to it as a reading recovery teacher and expert in early literacy?
No, I'm just confirming what the motion
here.
Trustee McNally, I'm just trying to understand what the motion is on the floor. What's moving where?
I can tell you if you let me speak.
I'm confirming. I thought you moved it. It was seconded. The Secretary Treasurer looked at. I'm just trying to provide clarity to the Assembly. Secretary Treasurer.
My understanding is that reading recovery would be its own line item. for 73,000, that the reading recovery FTE would be reinstated, which is worth about 421,796, which is a total of 494,796. And what I thought I heard was to reduce the K-5 literacy amount by that total 494.
So I have a question. About how 3.739 FTE can equal $400,000.
Your average salary is $112,810.
I'm sorry?
The teacher average salary for 21-22 is $112,810.
Okay, thank you so much. So I would propose that we take the $73,000, leave it as it is, a separate funding, have it funded, but have it funded as its own separate line item. So it's not something that gets lost in the $500,000 literacy package, and use the reserve to reinstate the district portion of the reading recovery teacher FTEs, because no matter what anybody says, the program will not go forward if school principals and staffs have to pay the entire salary of
Trustee
a
McNally, I very much appreciate your rationale. What I'm trying to make sure is that we have a motion on the floor that gives us some balance. So I just want to make sure that where we're taking from, I think what I heard, and this is what I was trying to summarize previously, is that we're restoring the reading recovery. Your motion restores the reading recovery in the 14 schools that have it. So that's the FTE, right? Creating a separate line item for the coordinator. And the money is coming from, so the other side of that equation, the money is coming out of the K-5 literacy basket, I think you called it.
Yes.
Which was for our 27 elementary schools. Okay. And are we balanced? Yes, we are. Secretary Treasurer, did you have something to add? And then I'll turn to Rob Painter.
So originally I tried to clarify by saying, is that amount coming out of literacy? And then I was told no. And then I believe, Trustee McNally, did you say you wanted it to come out of reserve? I'm unclear on where the offsetting for 20.
I'm Secretary Treasurer. At this point, I'm unclear as well, but as I just said and talked over somebody, I must apologize for doing that a bit tonight. And what price can we put on reconciliation? So we need to find a place to honor this request of the nations to reinstate reading recovery, which is vital to the success of their children. So if we take some of it from the $500,000 literacy package, we take some of it from the reserve. I'm sure that our financial experts at the district can find a way to do that. What I'm talking about here is the principle of honoring what the First Nations have asked for in terms of maintaining a vital program for their students. We need to find a way.
Trustee Duncan, are you able to help us? Trustee McNally?
I don't know.
Chair, I believe I was on the list.
I just wanted to make a point of clarification. I'm not going to speak to the motion at this point. I just really think we need to be more clear than we are about a couple of things. So if through the chair, I can seek to clarify a couple of things, I think we will help the Assembly. So basically, there's two things. I guess one, I think there's some confusion on the floor because the 3.75 FTE, I think part of the understanding was that half of that is funded by the district and the other half by the schools. Second, I think the confusion is that the reduction has not been reflected. So yesterday, trustees asked a number of times for clarification about this area, and in none of the budget information we've received has this reduction been indicated. And I think the third area of confusion here is that at both Ed Policy in February and then at the board in February, trustees asked the question about whether this 500,000 literacy funding was in addition to the existing literacy funding for reading recovery. And we're told again and again that in fact it was additional funding, that it wasn't going to affect the funding that already exists for reading recovery. So I think there's sort of three areas of fundamental confusion that we must, I think, clarify before we can continue on to discuss Trustee McNally's motion.
Thank you. That I agree. We need some clarification. Secretary Treasurer?
So the 3.739 FTE is the district portion and is not split 50-50 with the schools. The schools have received their staffing and their allocation. So the 3.739 or $421,000 is the district portion. It's not been reflected as a savings because we didn't withdraw that teacher FTE or reduce the teacher FTE by that, but redeployed it into the district staffing for SBIL in order to meet the ratios in the collective agreement. So the FTE is not overall reduced in the district, but it has been reduced to the reading recovery program. In terms of the K-5 literacy support, it was intended to add to reading recovery, and it was referred to budget, and here we are in budget, and it does not have, the budget cannot support both. So that's why it is not an addition. Trustee Duncan, it was referred to budget, and that's what we're discussing today.
Okay, so I understand that we have a motion on the floor that does create a balanced budget. It doesn't, but we're not, you're asking, Trustee McNally, is your motion to reinstate reading recovery and have our staff find a way to pay for it between surplus and K-5 literacy?
Yes, that sounds like a fairly good summary of what I'm hoping for.
Do you like it split evenly between the two? Like, unless that we are able to propose a motion that creates balance, then.
You know, at this point, I value reconciliation over balance. So whatever it takes.
Trustee Leonard?
So if I could.
Waters, this is the second time that you put me on the list and ignored me.
Okay, go ahead. I thought you were speaking to the motion and we're trying to figure out what the motion is. If you'd like to help us, you're more than welcome.
I'm trying to provide clarification for Trustee McNally.
Let's let Trustee Painter provide clarification. Yes. I'm sorry I went to Trustee Duncan first. I thought you were speaking to the motion.
I am speaking to the motion. I'm really kind of surprised that trustees are now providing clarification, given that up until the last 5 minutes, trustees didn't have the information that the money that was dedicated to the 3.739 teacher FTEs that the district allocates to reading recovery wasn't available anymore. Like, I'm completely dumbfounded that yet again, we are left to our own devices to try to imagine or ask the exactly appropriate question to find out how this budget is being allocated. And I'm sorry if I'm losing my temper, but this has gone on too long.
Trustee Rob Painter, I think you didn't attend all of the working sessions, so perhaps you've missed some of the discussion.
Which one was it then, Chair? Was it the one that was scheduled during my working hours, or was it the one that I had to take my wife to the hospital for surgery? You tell me.
Trustee Whitaker, do we have a seconder? Thank you, Trustee Ferris. All in favor of taking 5 minutes? All those opposed? Trustee McNally is opposed. Abstentions? Okay, I look forward to resuming with respect and calm.
questions have we got?
Trustee Morris, you're not, or Secretary Treasurer Morris, you're not muted. Okay, I'll begin to call us back to order. It's now officially bedtime in my house, so bear with me.
To everyone who can hear me and who's all back, I'd like to apologize for being late, but I haven't been watching.
Chief Thomas,
yes.
Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate you making the time for us, so welcome.
Thank you.
So we have a motion on the floor, which as I understand it, is to move in the reading recovery FTE and to take out from the K-5 literacy supports and the accumulated surplus. Trustee Rob Painter, if you could please keep your comments to new information.
Thank you, Chair. I am fully supportive of this motion. The critical elements here to me are that the proposed literacy program as designed has no tertiary, no third tier intervention. And this really gets to the core of what it is that we're trying to support with our literacy programming. The vast majority of the students in SD61 are actually doing quite well as far as literacy programming is concerned. That's not to say that we can't improve, and I fully support moving together, improving the expertise of teachers in developing this essential skill. The reality is, however, that there is a small but significant portion of our student population that is unable to develop the necessary skills within the regular classroom environment. Within the literacy program, there were some suggestions of alternate supports, side-by-side reading, for example. However, Paul Pantaleo, who is a recognized authority in the district and an amazing literacy instructor in his own right, was on here just a few days ago, actually talking about, contrary to what was in the early literacy programming, that he could not do his job without reading recovery. He went full in saying reading recovery was essential. It is new information that the district portion of the funding for reading recovery has not been maintained. This is something that was indicated that would happen earlier, that this would continue to be provided. It's new information that it's not. As a consequence, it is my feeling that the only way that, as Trustee McNally said, that we can actually meet our obligations for reconciliation and B, meet our commitments in the strategic plan to help both Indigenous and regular learners to actually achieve literacy is by fully supporting reading recovery in the manner that it was developed. We have to have those teachers. In fact, in October, I plan to look on how we can expand reading recovery or possibly some other third level intervention across the rest of the schools too. The reality is that a child who does not learn to read in grade 1 starts falling behind. In grade 2, not only are they not learning all the lessons about math or whatever else that they're being instructed on, they're also not learning about reading. My own child, who was only designated because we have the privilege of having the resources to purchase an independent assessment, was still largely unsupported through her entire elementary programming and only started to learn to read because we again had the privilege to be able to provide the tutors necessary to help her overcome her reading disabilities. This is absolutely essential and it's not an option. We must provide this learning support. I fully support the idea of improving the professionalism and capabilities of our literacy teachers going forward, but it cannot be done at the cost of our most vulnerable students. Thank you.
Superintendent, did I see that you wanted to provide some additional information?
I just want to clarify that the robust literacy program that has been introduced to the trustees does cover all students, including our tier 2 and 3, and is a deep and robust plan. So it is not simply leaving one aspect of students' needs out. And it would take a whole presentation once again, but just want to clarify that from what Trustee Painter just said. It does cover all of our students and the needs that they have.
So we've heard 2 speakers in favor of the motion, Trustee Leonard and then Duncan.
Thank you. I'm not speaking in favor of the motion. I just want to say that it's not the first time we've heard the information, as Trustee Painter did seem to indicate. It's not the first time that this has come before us. It might not have been clear to Trustee Painter at the time, but we have heard this information before. And if I could just get clarification from Trustee McNally as a balancing strategy, she must indicate if it's coming out of the 500,000 or the reserves. It's not up to staff to come up with that. It's up to the trustees to decide where they want the dollars to come from. So that's not staff's place to do that.
Did you
Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, Chair, I wondered if we can get a point of clarification from the superintendent through you around what the tier 3 support is in the new literacy proposal covered by the 500,000.
So you have had this report before. It will take longer than a couple of minutes, but I can ask Deb Whitten if she would give a brief couple of points to help with clarification.
Through the chair. So this is looking at a multi-tier approach. Part of this would be placing FTE in some of our schools to look at tier 2 and tier 3 supports in a deep manner in order to, as Trustee Painter has said, really approach those learners in a comprehensive manner. So we would be looking at this as a cycle piece where we work with probably 6 schools to start with in that very comprehensive. We also at the same time would be offering professional learning opportunities for all schools. So this is speaking to the equity so that everyone can access. And again, looking at the tier 2 supports. And then we would be looking at building literacy competency in new career teachers. So offering them specialized opportunities to come in, as well as books and resources to be available for them. So what we're trying to do is make this across the district available to all 28 elementary schools, and also look at it in the few, the some, and the all model, but really looking specifically at tier 2 and tier 3 students, because we know those are the students who need the most support in all of our schools. And that would be our focus point.
Deputy Superintendent Whitten, can you remind us which month the proposal came in? Or not the proposal, the presentation? Because I know we got quite a bit of information at Ed Policy. Was it February?
Well, we had Equity Committee present. That was one. We've had presentations for several years. So I
just would just encourage those who are more visual learners like I am. I have printouts, but I know that there's a lot of information in your Ed Policy agendas as we've moved towards this model. So just encourage you, and anybody who's watching who's interested in the literacy discussion, Ed Policy agendas is the place to look.
That was February, Chair.
February, it was February. I haven't I get it right every once in a while. I've got Trustee Trustee Duncan, have you already spoken to this? No, you have not. You are next on my list.
No, thank you. And I appreciate the clarification coming you know, it does concern me that in my view, there has been a lack of clarity, and I appreciate that there are differing views around the table to the extent that there's been lack of clarity. It is my strong view that there has been a lack of clarity. But in any case, in terms of the motion on the floor, I think that, you know, it's very clear to me that there is an intention to bring forward some different programming. My concern is that intention is sort of early on in the planning stage, and that possibly is not really at the point at which it's really going to serve as effectively those tier 3 students' needs. And I think we've heard very clearly from our stakeholders from both nations who have very clearly said these supports are incredibly important for our students. And, you know, we've also heard from experts who've come and taken time out to write to us and to speak to us about the importance of reading recovery in our schools. So, you know, while I think it's great that we're trying to innovate and we're trying to bring forward new programming, and that the intention is clearly to try to reach more students, I would encourage, you know, our staff to keep working toward that goal. But I have to support the motion tonight because, you know, in my judgment, from what I've heard so far during this budgeting process, the reading recovery supports are the most effective and most mature supports available for those tier 3 learners. And even if they are only 5% of our learning community, of our students, it's a very, very important 5%. We want to bring and lift them up so that they can achieve their full potential. And we know that if literacy, if they lose that skill set early on, we know, we've talked about it around this table many, many times, they start to fall behind in other areas. They start to lose that personal confidence, that, you know, that feeling good about being at school. So I really urge us to not be hasty, to encourage our staff to go and keep developing a plan for providing supports to tier 2 and tier 3 learners in a different way. But in the meantime, to really double down on what we know works well and what our stakeholders have asked us to do. Thanks.
I believe I have Trustee Whitaker next.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. So my first one is through the chair to Associate Superintendent Whitten. Is the tier 3 supports one-on-one support? We'll wait for that answer first.
Just to clarify, Trustee Whitaker, are you speaking about out of the new or proposed $500,000 model?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's individual I think that's dependent on the individual needs of the reader. So what we're looking at is putting FTE in about 6 schools in the mornings, because mornings tend to be the time that classes are working through literacy. And so those teachers will be working both in small groups and, when required, in individual one-to-one. So it has the flexibility to meet the needs of the learners at the tier 3 and tier 2 model.
Okay, and so will our focus be, will there be, you're saying this is 6 schools, so I feel like we're back to a situation where only some schools are doing reading recovery. And obviously I want to target some supports to our schools that need it the most. So will Craigflower and Tillicum be within those 6 that are receiving these additional supports right out of the gate, or do we know that yet?
In that, we would like to talk with the individuals who we would be providing the service for and hear from them. So it really is about a collaborative measure, and we wouldn't want as district team to tell anyone that we're providing this, but to really work with the individual or the school group that's receiving the service. So we would like to have those conversations before we say we are.
Okay, but that's the individual. But I'm saying, are we going to, you said 6 schools. Are we going to focus on our schools that need the most support as far as
that would be our focus area, but we also want a collaborative conversation before we make a decision on their behalf.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
I believe I have Trustee Hensa next on the speakers list.
Thank you. Can I ask a question and I have a comment? How much would it cost to just focus the FTE for reading recovery at Craig Flowers specifically? If I could know that first.
That would be
Treasurer Morris.
That would be a 0.5 FTE, I believe, at about $56,000.
Okay. Because we've heard loud and clear the request to keep it there specifically. I know that not obviously all of our Indigenous children are at Craig Flower, but bear with me. I'm not sure whether to add this as an amendment, but I'm wondering, like, what I'd really like to do is try the new literacy program and see how it, like, keep the reading recovery leader, whether it's rolled into the 500,000 or its own line item. I'm not attached to one way or the other. And maybe keep the reading recovery at Craig Flower and then see how it goes for a year. Reading recovery is not going to disappear off the map, I don't believe, in a year. Some schools will be able to use their literacy money towards reading recovery, but I think it's worth trying the new approach, which was brought forward out of the equity committee, and then hold our staff to account and see where we are in June with our numbers. How are our kids doing with this new approach? So maybe, I guess I'm just asking for clarification.
I think that might be a best, if I may, my suggestion would be to consider it as a second. I think it's a separate, it would be difficult to amend this motion to that, but.
Okay. Okay, so in that case, I'm going to say I'm not going to support this motion as it stands, and I'll work on an amendment for when this is done. Thanks.
Are there any other speakers to this? Oh, Trustee Ferris.
Thank you. This is a first for me that our trustees are giving us educational advice just a day prior to the budget. It's very interesting. I have a lot more confidence in our educational leaders to make this decision. I'm also very confident that the superintendent knows exactly what is happening at Craig Flower School and wants to support those students to the best of our ability. So no, I won't be supporting this motion. Thank you very much.
Trustee McNally, would you like to close? Seeing no other speakers?
Yes, thank you. I feel terrible that what we're looking at is an experiment on our most vulnerable kids with the proposed Tier 3 intervention that has no guarantee of one-on-one. Just maybe, or if somebody thinks they need it. Reading recovery in the schools provides an in-depth, multiple-faceted assessment of every kid in grade 1 so that whoever is going to be working with that child knows their needs in terms of literacy. In that way alone, it's an invaluable service to schools. Schools will not be able to afford reading recovery if they have to pay the entire half-day salary of a teacher. Not all teachers cost what we've heard. There's a wide spread of salary. If the district does not pay half, that's a quarter of a teacher, because reading recovery teachers only work half a day. The work is so intense. If the district does not reinstate district support for schools that want reading recovery by providing that quarter salary, schools will not be able to fund reading recovery for their school. If we do not have the reading recovery teacher leader as a separate line item, reading recovery will get buried somewhere and forgotten about because the teacher leader position is hidden now and because the district has chosen not to fund a vital service that has a decades-long proven track record and is not something we just thought up. Even Paul Pantaleo, who is a great example of side-by-side learning, and the reason he's a great teacher in that setting is because he's a former teacher of reading recovery and teacher leader. He has come out saying that reading recovery is essential. I really don't have anything else to say. I don't. Thank you to those who support this motion. And thank you to those people who support this motion and by doing so, support a vital request from the Songhees and Esquimalt nations, the urban Indigenous population, and the Métis Nation.
Thank you, Trustee McNally. Is everyone clear? Is there any question about the question before I call it?
Yeah, can we get that? I'm sorry, there was just so much kind of back and forth. I would like clarification where this money is coming from. I also see that Trustee McNally has put in the chat something about half salary support. So I'm looking for clarification on what's on the floor.
And I would love it if we keep our conversation to the table and not the Zoom chat. Secretary Morris, can you provide the motion, please?
Right now, the motion is to have reading recovery coordinator, a dedicated line item, which is no impact on the budget because the cost of the coordinator is in bylaw 2 on the floor right now. The new part is reading recovery district 3.79 FTE be reinstated for a cost of $421,000, and that the offsetting funding come from literacy and surplus, but I'm unclear on how much from each.
I think that Trustee McNally indicated that an even split. It sounds like an old-fashioned calculator.
Yep, it is.
Okay, so now that I have clarification and I've heard from everybody, and I don't actually know where the money is coming from, but I am hearing the value in having some reading recovery teachers paid for. I don't think that we can financially support what is essentially almost 4 reading recovery teachers. And my understanding is these are deployed to different schools, but please do correct me if I'm wrong. So I'm seeing Trustee McNally.
Trustee Whitaker, I apologize, but Trustee McNally has already closed. So I believe.
No, I just saw her nodding her head saying, I'm just on the clarification of whether or not they're in one school.
There's 3.5 for 14 schools, 3.5 FTE for.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to go with that information. And I do see the value as we are transitioning into this new formula of maintaining some reading recovery. So I would like to cut the amount of reading recovery in half. So not a 3.79, but
I'm sorry, Trustee Whitaker, but just because I've recently been reminded that I need to adhere, I think Trustee McNally made a really good point earlier about following Robert's rules. So we've had a motion moved, seconded, we've had discussion, everybody has spoken. Trustee McNally has now closed. So I will call the question. And if you would like to move a motion, I think Trustee Hensa also has one. So the reading recovery discussion is not over unless this motion passes. All those in favor? All those opposed? And the motion fails with trustee Rob Painter, McNally, and Duncan in favor, and the balance opposed. Trustee Hensa, and then I'll go to trustee Whitaker. I know you've got amendments to offer.
Okay, thanks. I think what I would like to move is to put the reading recovery coordinator in the separate line, which should have no implication to the budget. And then add on top of the 500,000, add the 56,000 for the FTE for Craig Flower School, and take that from surplus.
Do you have a seconder? Trustee Whitaker. Thank you. Would you like to motivate Trustee Hensa?
No, I think what I said before to the last motion is enough.
Trustee Ferris?
So it's just, it needs to be clear to me that we're doing this because we've taken something away from Craig Flower School. So is that the thinking? And because of that, we need to put in this another reading recovery teacher? It's not clear to me.
Thank you for the question of clarification. Secretary Treasurer or Superintendent, can you provide clarification on the impacts on staffing at Craig Flower, which is our key focus for this amendment?
All of the reading recovery schools have been treated in the same manner. If the reading recovery district staffing were to be added back to Craig Flower in the same manner as 2021, it would be 0.5 of an FTE. And this would reinstate Craig Flower reading recovery district portion to the 2021 level. And the principal would need to decide if they wanted to carry on with that, which I assume they would.
So yes, Trustee Ferris, does that answer your question? This would be putting back what the budget took away, essentially. Okay, I've got Trustee McNally and then Leonard.
Thank you. One reading recovery teacher all alone in School District 61 is not going to allow the program to go forward.
Are you speaking for or against the motion?
I'm speaking against it. Thank you for the reminder. Right now, we have reading recovery teachers who serve 14 schools at half a day each at each school. Reading recovery teachers gather together monthly for criticism of each other's teaching. They teach in front of a one-way glass. The kids know what's happening. The teacher presents the lesson, and the kid goes back behind the one-way mirror and meets everybody.
Can you focus your discussion to the motion, which is to reinstate reading recovery at Craig Flower?
Yes, yes. That one teacher is going to have no colleagues to participate in ongoing professional development with. That's an essential part of the reading recovery program, is critique from your peers, helpful critique from your peers, and the learning that reading recovery teachers do in study at those sessions. It's not viable, although I appreciate the intent very much.
Superintendent Green?
I can speak to the consortium. We've been connected to Sue Saanich for several years. When they were just getting up and running, Sue Saanich teachers actually came to do what you described as the consortium. And certainly we still have that connection, which is great. And we will have other reading recovery teachers in our school district, because I am aware that there are other schools that certainly want to keep aspects of it going in their building. So we absolutely support what you're talking about, and there will be a way for that to continue.
Did we have any other speakers to this amendment to the budget? Trustee Leonard and then Rob Painter.
I just wanted clarification. So the only amount coming out of surplus is the 56,000 because the 73,000 is already accounted for. Is that correct? Secretary Treasurer's nodding. Thank you. Okay, thank you for that.
Trustee Rob Painter.
I will vote in favor of the motion to support reading recovery at Craigflower, because I'm not about to, hypothetically, throw the baby out with the bathwater. The reality is that we will have struggling students who lack the ability to develop basic literacy skills at every one of our elementary schools. This is not an Indigenous thing. This is a learning development thing.
But this motion is about Craigflower.
To point to Trustee Ferris's comment, I've read upwards of 60 papers in the last couple of months, all focused on early literacy. They all talk about the need for effective early intervention and the importance of tertiary level engagement where it is needed. We are going to fail our students in every other school. Be aware of that.
Trustee Ryan Painter.
Thank you, Chair. I'm reflecting on what Trustee Whitaker was saying earlier around this, and certainly not saying that this is what she was intending, but it's made me pause, and I wonder, I'd like to move an amendment, and certainly it doesn't have to be seconded, but the amendment would be to amend the amendment to include Tillicum, because Tillicum has another 0.5 FTE, which I'm assuming would be another 56,000, and to take that 56,000 from the K-5 literacy supports instead of taking it out of reserve. Our reserves, I think, are well in hand where they are, and I do appreciate that Craigflower. Sorry, I won't motivate because I don't have a seconder yet, so I'll see if I have a seconder.
I expect because Tillicum is a much larger school than Craigflower, that the FTE may be different.
Yeah.
Perhaps we give our Secretary Treasurer. In fact, okay. I'm not sure if this is germane, but certainly if we can do it all in one, all the better.
The FTE at Tillicum is also 0.5.
Okay, there you go. Okay, so do you have a seconder? Trustee
Thank you,
McNally.
Chair. So yeah, I'll motivate. You know, I really have appreciated everything I've heard. Trustee McNally's passion for this is not lost on me. I've talked about how I had similar programming for reading recovery for me growing up and how it helped me. And I appreciate as well, this is something that not just the nations, but the community and reading recovery teacher leaders have told us is important. And I would love to be able to retain as much as possible right now and have us move into the next period of consultation around the budget with some kind of literacy working group to see how we move forward. And hopefully with moving this additional 56 from the K-5 literacy, we can engage in both Craigflower and Tillicum where there's the most FTE for this and provide some supports there. So thank you, Chair, I appreciate it.
Okay, Trustee McNally, and then I'd just like to see how we're doing on this. There's been a lot of discussion. Trustee Whitaker, did you want to say something?
I was also just looking for clarification. So I just want to clarify then we've taken from the 500,000, the 73,000 plus 56,000. So we're sitting at 371,000 then. And I also want to clarify, so we had 24 elementary schools originally being funded out of that pot. So does that mean that now that pot is 22 because we put 56 to each of those schools? If that were the case, that leaves almost $17,000 for each of the 22 schools remaining. Does that sound right? So I guess my big question there was, is it the intent of the assembly within that 371,000, will we split that to 24 elementary schools? So Craig Flower and Short 26. Okay. Hang on, my math is very wrong.
We have 28 elementary schools currently. Reading recovery is at 14, so it's even half.
Okay, sorry, I was running. Okay. So maybe my question is actually to the Associate Superintendent Whitten. Does the rest of Deputy, sorry, we're well up 9:30 now. So my, does $371,000 or within that much allow us to still provide some, I mean, I know it's not everything, but some adequate funding to the other 24 schools? Are we able to do something, or have we just killed that initiative?
Through the chair, it's a challenging one to answer. I don't know that I can adequately answer this evening on that. I think as we've experienced this evening, when we take away from something, we're reducing the ability to make change. So I think I'd have to go back to team and talk about what that might look like with that figure.
Thank you.
Secretary or Superintendent Green.
I would just like to follow up with what our deputy said. It does obviously reduce the impact of the literacy program that has been designed with this in mind. A lot of extra work and time have gone in to try and figure out all the levels and layers of supports that could be put into place. And that's the package that's been developed. I would strongly suggest that we try endeavor not to diminish that. It goes to less students and less impact. The more we pull that apart. I certainly respect the Craig Flower component and appreciate the desire from Craig Flower. We certainly have heard from them very clearly. I don't recall hearing so much, from Tillicum, and I would respect that they would have a voice as well for the programming that they would want to do within the schools. As our deputy spoke to, schools have had lots of conversation about the literacy programs that they would like to have going in their schools. So just a caution for trustees as you navigate through different schools. Certainly appreciate that we have absolutely heard loud and clear from the Craig Flower community, thus Trustee Hensa's motion. So those are just my words of wisdom to be considering.
Okay, I'm going to call the question on the amendment to the amendment, which is to add Tillicum into the package put forward by Trustee Hensa, which restores that 0.5 FTE for reading recovery. And for Tillicum, the suggestion was that it come out of the K-5 literacy supports. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment? All those opposed? And abstentions?
I'm sorry, I'm abstaining. I'm still confused, but all right.
Trustee McNally, how did you vote?
If the amendment to the amendment is to add Tillicum from Trustee Ryan Painter, I vote in favor.
Okay, then the motion carries. And we're back to the main motion, which is an amendment, but we're sort of ignoring that. Trustee Leonard?
I'd like to make an amendment. So I'm thinking that right now the main motion is 56,000 to Craigflower, 56,000 to Tillicum. The 73,000 is coming out of the 500,000, but the other 256s are coming out of literacy. Okay,
112 out of literacy.
Okay, thank you. My amendment is to take the 112,000 out of the middle school music. And my rationale is that that has not been, nothing has been cut from music, and that was a big ticket item on our docket. And from my understanding in questions that I've asked previously, that would be about 2 to 3 blocks per school. And currently the middle schools, from my calculations, are offering between 25 and 30 blocks of music per school. So it would not be a huge reduction in their music programs, and something I think that they may be able to cope with. So that's my amendment.
Do you have a seconder? Trustee Henta? Trustee Duncan, did you want to discuss the motion?
The amendment, yeah. I just wanted to speak against the amendment. I can't support it. I think that, you know, once we have had an opportunity to see how the new literacy plans shape up, what the results are in terms of, you know, how effective some of the proposals or some of the ideas end up being, then I'd be more amenable to maybe some further discussions about how we fund that. But I think it's appropriate and reasonable for us to be funding a proven and, you know, needed program that we've heard from a multitude of stakeholders about and experts in their field works. So I'd much rather use the literacy funding that we've allocated as a board for literacy than take it out of music.
I have a question of clarification, then I'll go to you, Trustee Hensa. I'm wondering if we could just get a summary of the amount, because I mean, I've heard so clearly how much we value music, and I really don't want to dig in too deep there, but I do appreciate the idea of taking a little bit off of everything. And for me, thinking 10% or 10% would probably be tolerable. It would not impact the quality of the programming, so that we could not lose it. Because I think that's the big challenge that's been raised previously by Trustee Ferris. That, like, if you get rid of strings, it's not ever coming back. And so we do not want to do that. But pulling back from 30 blocks to, you know, 24 or whatever. So can you give me a sense of what the percentage would be if we were to pay for reading recovery out of music?
The $112,810, what does that represent in terms of the overall music budget?
Yes, yes. Sorry, you've got the calculator. Click, click, click.
It's about 7.5% roughly.
Okay, in which case I am in support. 7.5% feels tolerable to me for reading recovery. Trustee Hensa and then Trustee Duncan.
No, you asked my question.
Trustee Duncan and then Trustee Whitaker.
Well, I'll let Trustee Duncan, I'll let myself go first. No, I'll let Trustee Whitaker, it is definitely getting late. I'll let Trustee Whitaker go first, Chair.
Okay, Trustee Whitaker.
Okay, so tell me if I can do this or not. I would like to amend that to take I would like to take eScribe and add it to this reading recovery formula. If that's, I don't know if we're allowed to do that, but it does definitely seem to be
$30,000. we can't amend an amendment, but I would support that. And I think lots of us would based on previous conversation. So perhaps we could deal with this amendment and then introduce that on top, or like as an amendment. We can only go so deep, right? An amendment to an amendment as far as we can go. So thank you for bringing that up, because eScribe is low-hanging fruit. I suppose we could, I suppose we could by consent. Is your back hurting you? I know that a friendly amendment doesn't exist, but perhaps if Trustee McNally would give, would it be a, would
No,
the assembly?
It's my amendment. It's my amendment.
Yes.
So at this point in time, I don't yield to the other one because I don't know what their cuts are coming along.
Good. No, thank you.
So that's where I stand.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. Trustee Rob Painter speaking to the amendment.
Yeah, I do feel it's only appropriate that we've come full circle back to the conversation of pitting music against literacy. And so I thank Trustee Leonard for tying a nice little bow in that one. I certainly
Trustee
will
Painter,
not suggest...
we are not pitting anything. We are trying to have a discussion on the budget.
No, but we are. We
please
absolutely are.
Please
and the idea that, no, Trustee Waters, if this is going to come out on the table, it needs to be open for discussion. And it does, I do find it remarkable that after the community has had the time to feel some level of comfort that music programming is finally safe from the cuts that were proposed.
The motion?
I'm absolutely speaking against these motion. Thank you very much.
Okay. Trustee McNally?
Thank you. I'll speak against the motion as well and reiterate Trustee Painter's point, pitting music against, which has been, you know, we've heard from so many people that it actually saved their lives.
Can we please keep our language respectful? We're talking about the merits of the motion. So it's not, your colleague hasn't pitted anything. They've suggested a place where money can come from. We weren't pitting VP time against anything else. So the way that we frame this as a group matters and words matter. So please.
They sure do. And there's been a lot of obfuscation in this discussion, but I'll do my best to appear extremely neutral. I don't support this motion. We've heard from many students that music saved their lives. It's an essential component of education, as is early intervention and support for our struggling readers. And to take from one to give to the other, I can't support that.
Are there any other speakers to the motion or questions of clarification?
I'll close. If there's none.
I'm curious what 7.5%, is there any way to be able to say what that means in terms of blocks? Or like, it's okay if you can't answer that question, but no. My understanding is that we're really talking about, if 45,000 is a block, we're really talking about 3 blocks.
Yeah, that's a block. 45,000 is a block in all 10 schools, 1 block. My understanding.
Point of clarification, 45,000 is also an EA. So.
Okay, but we're speaking to the motion on the floor, which is about where the funding is going to come from to pay for reading recovery. Trustee Leonard, go ahead and close.
I just wanted to say that if we're trying to offer a district literacy program and we're trying to keep the reading recovery coordinator in 2 schools, I don't want to have a district literacy program fail because we've taken so much of the dollars out that it's going to fail before it even starts when you're trying to spread those few dollars against the other schools. I understand what Trustee Hensa, her intentions here, and I support those, which is why I was trying to find a different place to find the funds. And although I know that we've heard we had lots of email, we've heard from lots of music supporters. I don't feel like I can take any more from literacy for our vulnerable learners there. And so this was a way to do the least amount of damage to any of the music programs and still have the programs carry on in the schools. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of speaking to the amendment, or of voting on the amendment to the amendment, which is to change where the money is coming from. So previously, the FTE for Tillicum and Craig Flower reading recovery were going to come from half from surplus, 56,000, and half from the K-5 literacy program. And Trustee Leonard has moved that it come out of music for a total of 112,000 off the total of 780,000. All those in favor, is that correct?
I think clarification was that Trustee Henza had asked for it to come out of the 500,000. Was I correct?
Yes, but you've moved it from to go
Yes,
come out of music.
yes.
Yeah. Okay. So what we're voting on right now is where the money is coming from, not the full motion. It's the second half of that equation. So all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment? All those opposed? And the motion carries. So we are back to the amendment, the amended motion, I suppose, which is that Tillicum and Craig Flower FTE for reading recovery coming out of music to the tune of 7.5% of that total middle school music. Trustee Whitaker, did you have another amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, let's get rid of that e-scribe, and can we pop that back into music, please? Or where, because I think that's where we just withdrew from, is that correct?
Sure is. Yeah. Trustee Rob Painter, are you seconding that?
Yes, half a second ahead of Trustee Duncan.
Thank you. And Ryan Painter popped his hand up too. Trustee Duncan, would you like to speak before? Trustee Whitaker, did you want to motivate? I think we've had quite a lot of discussion on this. Clearly, we're all motivated to.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say it very quickly. This tool was a really great idea, but in practice, it's not working. And as you say, it's a great chunk of money that we could spend somewhere else rather than us.
My Trustee Duncan.
I'll keep it brief. Yep, I'm all in favor of scrapping e-scribe. And thanks, Trustee Whitaker, for bringing it forward. And I look forward to further ideas about what else we can pluck from rather than where there's less harm to students. Thanks.
Love it. Trustee Ryan Painter.
Ditto. Happy to see the attempt at e-scribe, but very happy to also see us move on from it. Agree with Trustee Whitaker. I'm not quite sure what that move was, but I agree with whatever it was. So yeah, I'm happy to vote in favor of this and reducing the allotment taken from music. And if we can find some more, I'd be more than happy to do that.
Okay, are there any voters against? Is there anybody who'd like to speak against this? Seeing none, I just want to recognize that our staff worked really, really hard to learn the e-scribe, just like all of us trustees did. But seeing that we're all in favor by the looks of things, I'll just call the question. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. So we're back to the amended motion, or yes, the amended motion. Trustee Duncan?
With the indulgence of the Assembly, I wondered whether we could just very briefly explore the amount of money, what the balance is, what else we would need to put in from elsewhere so that we weren't reducing music.
$79,420.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. So I'm wondering then, I wonder if I could use it. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I just wonder if that's like a second motion, because now we've got one thing going in and one thing coming out. I don't know if you want to bundle it up. Go ahead, try an amendment.
Well, what I was going to suggest is that we, in the spirit of making smaller impacts on our students, I'm wondering whether we can reduce like one of our travel budgets that we, by an equivalent amount, so that it's not a huge impact in the grand scheme in terms of travel, given that we know we're not likely to be doing a lot of travel for the first probably half of the new financial year. we can then review things next year, but then at the same time, it'll reduce the impact on music. And I think our community has spoken very, very clearly to us about the need to support that, and then to think about ways to fund that moving forward. So in the spirit of not having to reduce that, I wonder whether there's a suggestion, an area of travel which could be reduced without significant consequence to staff, given that the first part of the year is unlikely to involve a lot of travel.
So let's clarify where we're down to the bottom line. By my calculations, we're at about a 5% reduction to music. And we're looking to cover that from a travel budget out there. Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, I was thinking in particular, one of the ones that we just got this afternoon, half an hour before the meeting. But I'm open, and I would actually really appreciate some direction around where that could come from with minimal impact to staff.
Yeah, thank you for that. Do you have a seconder? Trustee Ryan Painter, Secretary Treasurer Morris.
I do not have an idea of what district budgets or department heads would like to reduce their travel by. I guess you could say travel in general, and I'm not sure. Do any of the other associates or deputy have any comment on their travel budgets for the upcoming year, recognizing COVID ending and carrying on or picking up?
I also don't have an idea for you or an example. I know that it will increase throughout the district as we'll be able to get out into schools. So my suggestion would be very much like the Secretary Treasurer's. If trustees want to do it from travel, we would have to take that into account across a group of our people and be able to inform each of them how to reduce in a way as a pullback, I suppose.
Okay, just through the chair, then certainly my intention was not to put forward something that is overly complex to consider. I guess my understanding was that in the grand scheme of things, 80,000 in travel is a sort of drop in the ocean. But if I've got that wrong and we want to take it from music, then I accept the will of the assembly. I was just looking for some assistance in suggesting something that I thought would be further away from students and not have an impact on staff. But I'm hearing that maybe it has a bigger impact than maybe I appreciate on staff. I don't know.
Trustee Rob Painter.
Thank you, and my thanks to Trustee Duncan for suggesting this. I think it's an excellent idea. I think what we've learned over this past year is that a Zoom meeting can actually accomplish quite a few things, including sharing a whiteboard, sharing notes, having a conversation about common documents, etc. Beyond that, I think this is also an excellent way for us to move forward with our commitments to reducing our greenhouse gas footprint, if you will, by diligently seeking to reduce the amount of travel that we do and focus specifically on those ones where it's absolutely essential to, for example, visit a school or to meet in person on a critical matter. But I do think that by and large, a lot of the meetings that we do, certainly the board has managed to succeed quite well in this approach. And I think that given the creativity of our staff, I can't imagine this being any kind of a challenge whatsoever. And between cutting student opportunities and cutting a gas bill, there's no question where my vote's going to be. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other speakers to this amendment? Trustee Whitaker?
Oops, thank you. I'm actually not sure where we are in the amendment. But I guess what I want to say is I do see travel as being all of those things. It's about greenhouse gases. It is about us all doing our part. And what I look forward to is looking at these expenses in more detail as we move into the fall. I do have some scribbles if we get there to create or to look at this and to reduce the amount of spending that we are doing on travel. So I think it's a very good point. I just, as I think our superintendent has said, is that detailed look and that consideration is not possible this evening. So I look forward to reducing those expenditures in the future.
Okay, are there any other speakers? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Trustee McNally?
Could you just reiterate what we're voting on now, just so I'm perfectly clear?
Sure, thank you for the question. So now we are, we've added an e-scribe to pay for Tillicum and Craigflower FTE for reading recovery. So we had the balance coming out of music to the tune of $80,000 or 5%. Trustee Duncan has moved that we find that $80,000 somewhere in our travel budget. Is that fair? That's the motion. And my reading is we don't know where it's coming from, but it exists in the budget. And so we can certainly vote to pull back there. And we don't need to be that prescriptive. So it makes a balanced motion as far as I'm concerned. Trustee Ryan Painter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We've obviously we've dug into this a lot, and I'm understanding, you know, the 5% coming from music as is currently suggested because of the scribe add back, you know, is you know, it's still taking something, but you know, in the conversations I've certainly had with parents, as recently as yesterday, during a walk, they suggested to me, you know, parents are not unreasonable. We understand you have hard choices to make. And we just want to be part of putting the pieces together of a budget. So I'm reflecting on this 5% piece, because I do think what the chair said earlier about taking small pieces from everywhere to make this work and then doing better next year to engage. I think, to my mind, it makes sense. And it will keep the bulk of this music programming intact. So yeah, I can see myself, even though I seconded the motion, I think I might vote against, because I think the 5% is certainly not, I mean, it's not desirable, but I can certainly see it's a small amount. And it is really, I think, doing what the chair originally said, which is sharing that burden. So I do think I will vote against this. Thank you.
Trustee Leonard, I appreciate all the comments. I'm wanting to.
I'm just wanting clarification. I'm just wanting clarification. I did not think that Trustee Duncan put a motion on the floor.
You did, and Trustee Ryan Painter seconded it.
Okay, so we are voting on taking it out of a travel budget then.
We're voting on that, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Trustee Duncan, did you want to close?
Yeah, just very briefly. I accept the will of the Assembly, of course, no matter what, but I really want to say to my colleagues that moving forward, I really hope that we start to look to share the burden of these hard times. And I think really what I'm looking at is not thinking it's unreasonable for one program to bear the burden of a 5% cut. What I'm looking for is that to be equitably shared out, not just asking our students to accept cuts to programs that are important to them, but to share that burden out. And I'm not seeing enough of that, frankly. So I guess in a small way, I was trying to present something to us that we can consider so we could start maybe down that path. Thanks.
I so appreciate that. I appreciate your closing. Thank you, Trustee Duncan. Okay, so I will call the question, which is an amendment to the amendment to switch from the music to travel budget. All those in favor? All those opposed? So the motion fails with Trustee Duncan, Rob Painter, and McNally in favor. And we're back to the amended motion, which is to have to fund Reading Recovery FTE at Tillicum and Craigflower out of the music budget to the tune of $80,000 odd, which works out to be about 5%. Trustee Rob Painter.
Yes, I move an amendment to the amendment that we reduce the district learning team by one person, the most junior, returning that position to either principal or vice principal position in the district, and use those savings to offset costs for reading recovery and the rest to the surplus. Thank you.
I feel really uncomfortable about having a motion that targets one individual of our 3,500 staff.
I am speaking precisely to, not to an individual with a name, but to an individual position, in the same way that within this budget, we have targeted an individual in tech and an individual in district clerical. So I really believe the precedent has already been set as far as having this conversation is concerned.
It feels out of order to me. Superintendent Green? Perhaps first we just see if you have a seconder, and then if you don't, okay, Trustee McNally, go ahead, Superintendent Green.
I just wanted to clarify a little bit that we had reduced already by 3, as we've let trustees know before, and this could be a complicated HR concern. When you talk about reducing somebody, this would be for the starting of the 21-22 budget. At this point, we've made placements in all of our schools, and so there would not be a place for that person to return. And so there's going to be some HR complications if trustees choose to vote for this.
Chair, may I ask
a point of clarification? And it is very direct about an individual that we're now sitting in a public meeting talking about.
My goodness, Chair, we've already set the precedent talking about district admin.
I understand your position, and I've asked throughout that we talk about positions.
No, there is no difference. There is no distinction. Chair, there cannot be a distinction.
Okay, may I please speak? I would say this is not in order because you are prescribing one individual, and that is very different than saying reduce the learning team by 1. It's very different than saying reduce a district principal by 1. It's very different than saying YFCs or reading recovery. You're saying the last person in is the first person out, and that is one individual who is somewhere out there, or maybe even around this table tonight. So I call that out of order because I am not, as a trustee, going to sit here and debate one individual's job. If you want to rephrase it in a way that is not targeting somebody, you can also challenge my ruling, but I'm not gonna sit here and preside over a motion that targets an individual.
We already know how the challenge to any ruling will turn out. So I will amend to say an individual from the district learning team. Now the default is that the financial exposure will be directed towards the person with the least seniority, but I will leave that out of the motion. Thank you. I also noticed that Chief Thomas has had his hand up and is trying to get our attention. While I understand that we haven't been involving the stakeholders, I do request indulgence to allow Chief Thomas, a respected rights holder, to have a moment.
Chief Thomas?
Thank you, Chair Waters, and thank you, Mr. Painter. I sit on the board of GVHA. We have taken quite a huge hit with no tourism. no cruise ships. And because we care about all the board members, because we care about the organization, we forgoed our pay to save 1, 2, maybe 3 jobs. Has this board or would this board ever consider that until things recover?
Yes, we have. That's been a motion that's been brought forward, debated, and defeated. So it cannot, well, we could, but the board already has a stated opinion on it.
All right. Thank you for hearing me.
Oh, you're always welcome to speak at our table. So I'm ruling the motion out of order, and you've amended it, so we're back in order. And you have a seconder. Trustee McNally, do you want to speak to the motion?
No, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity.
Trustee Whitaker?
Thank you. You know, I think it's getting late and we're all getting very passionate about everything that we want to save. And I just want to be clear, we all want to save everything. And as we all reflected in our conversations when we opened in this meeting, we all know that we cannot provide everything. And while I hear an effort and my desire as well to continue to keep finding more savings and areas to cut this and to do that, when we start cutting in this way, where we're trying to, I feel like we're shooting the gunshot and we're just like shooting all over the place, and it's not organized and it's not planned, and we have to have more time in those types of cuts to understand what are the implications when we cut that. I am not by any means saying that I don't think that we should not be looking at our senior staff, our district principals, and what is the percentage. I mean, I guess that's my point. We need to be coming up with formulas as to how do we determine, is there too much at the district office, or is there needing to be more, right? And then I can see there's obviously a huge wanting to look at those positions. If you cut that many staff at the front lines, then they don't need as much support from head office. That to me stands to be true. But what I would rather see us do than this trying to pick here and pick there to fund things that are important or special is I want us to do a planned approach. And I would much rather have us get to a place where we are balanced now. We have saved the programs that are as close to the kids as we can. We know that we want to put more people in the school and we're wanting to find a way, but we have to do that through advocacy for more money. And we have to do that by doing that fine, what is going to happen through committees where, I mean, I can see in the travel that we've been presented, that's way too high. But I can't say I want to cut kilometers within the school district into half because I don't know where they're driving to. I don't know what the need is for that. We can probably cut some of it, but it has to be an educated cut because we can create more damage by just willy-nilly shooting here and there. I don't want to cut a position without fully understanding what they were doing and who's going to take those things over. It is not enough in this particular meeting to say, yeah, well, that's just where there's a big pot of money, get rid of it. Because just like every other employee in our district, everybody is doing something and they are coming to the table for the best interest of kids. So we need to, I'm hopeful that we can move forward with the understanding that we aren't done. This is the beginning. This is the first budget, and budgets are written in pencil. We are going to change this budget as we continue along, as we see more revenues and as we find more savings. But I just want to caution us from, because we want everything tonight. Yes, I wish that this whole process had started 6 months ago so we could be doing that tonight, but it didn't. That's a reality. We cannot go back in time. We can deal with what we have right now on the table, and it needs to be well thought out and not all of this last minute. All of our next cuts, because they are coming. I warn everyone in the district that doesn't understand their budget, we are coming because we need to for our students, and we are going to look at every line, and we're going to find more money, and we're going to direct it directly at the kids. And I'm going to thank everyone that's done the work and everyone that's sacrificing. But we cannot just keep shooting off stuff without knowing what we're doing. Sorry, I'm ranting now, but it's getting late, so I apologize.
Thank you so much, Trustee McNally. You encapsulated a lot of my thoughts, and I appreciate
Except
the
I'm
words
Trustee
and the help on refocusing on where we are at. Trustee Ryan Painter, did you want to speak to that, or did Trustee Whitaker capture it for you?
Trustee Whitaker captured everything. I was just applauding or thumbs upping or whatever. Yeah, hearing, I suppose.
Trustee Duncan, did you have something new to add to the conversation, or may I call the question?
I just wanted to very briefly, Chair, say that, you know, the reality is that every time we talk about reducing staff and FTE, we are talking about someone somewhere in our district. And there's no doubt that we, in this budget process, have talked about individuals, and we may have talked about them in terms of their job titles or FTE, but we you know, they're there and they know who they are, and their colleagues know who they are. So I just wanted to say, you know, point that out and kind of bring us back down to sort of the reality that, you know, I appreciate what everyone's saying, but that is the reality, right? We have.
I think we're all acutely aware of that, and it's why this is so heated and so very challenging. So we do have an amendment on the floor, and I need to keep the conversation on that. What I'd like to do is call the question on.
I'll move to close, Chair.
Sure, go ahead, Trustee Painter.
Thank you.
Try and be succinct given the hour.
I do respect that. I think Trustee Whitaker's points are well-founded, and that's precisely why the minority of the trustees actively sought to have a longer, deliberate, well-thought-out opportunity to actually engage in this discussion rather than try to shoot off in all directions. There should be nothing that is not on the table here. The one thing that we should start with is the fundamentals.
Can you please speak to what is on the table?
I will. The one thing that we should always be keeping in mind is what is the benefit, what is the direct benefit of our students. Anything that falls short of that should be on the table, the direct benefit of our students. That is our top priority, and I fear, once again, that we will fall short of that. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor?
Sorry, point of privilege. I have no idea what the motion is or amendment is right now.
The amendment to the amendment is to fund Reading Rev Recovery, FTE at Tillicum and Craigflower out of a learning team, one of our senior leaders from the learning team, one of those FTE. And we do not know the implications from the HR side in terms of severance, but we're going forward as if this is a balancing strategy that we can make work. I trust that it is a workable option. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? Abstentions? Okay, that was Trustee Rob Painter and McNally in favor. Ferris, Hensa, myself, Painter, Leonard, Whitaker opposed, and Trustee Duncan abstained. I'm now going to call the main question, which is Reading Recovery and Craigflower FTE from the music budget for middle schools, which it would represent a 5% decrease of $80,000 from $700,000. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Okay, so the motion carries with Leonard, Whitaker, Painter, Hensa, Waters, Ferris in favor, Trustee Duncan and McNally opposed, and Rob Painter abstained. I would now like us, we've been up one side of this budget and down the other. I'd like to suggest that we move the reading of the budget.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Trustee Chair, just a point of order. There was supposed to be time to bring our motions forward, and I did bring one. I had another one. Am I going to have an opportunity to bring it forward or later? Now? When?
Is that a motion that's under C2 or D for new business or business arising from the budget bylaw?
I sent it in to everybody earlier today, so I don't know where you wish to put it. It's
I don't know which motion you're talking about, so you're going to have to let me know so that I can help.
That the board reinstate the total previous funding for gifted student support.
And where will that money come from?
I suggest that it come from some of the eScribe money, a portion from Trustee Professional Development Fund, which has some dollars in it.
eScribe has been spent.
Pardon me?
eScribe is gone. We cut it previously. That's paid for reading recovery.
The entire piece?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Well, it didn't pay for all of it, but all of the eScribe money has been cut.
Thank you so much. It come partially from Trustee Professional Development. I don't know how much is in that fund right now. Not the whole cost of the gifted support, certainly. That the rest of it come from reserve. How much is in Trustee Professional Development Fund right now? Might be good to know that before we vote on this motion.
I can tell you right now, though, that there is not enough in reserves to cover what you're asking. I think our reserves are down below 500,000 and gifted is 370, if I remember correctly. Superintendent or Secretary Treasurer. You are muted.
All for me, sorry. Reserves have not been used because reading recovery came from eScribe and music.
So how much do we have?
821, but I did not hear the whole motion. I'm sorry.
Okay. Please go ahead, Trustee McNally.
Yeah, before we go there, what's the amount in the Trustee Professional Development Fund?
18,000.
Pardon? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Secretary Treasurer?
18,000.
18,000. Okay. Well, let's use $10,000 of that, which brings the gifted need to 340, and take the 340 from reserve.
Secretary Treasurer, can you let us know the impact of that?
It's possible. The reserve would go from 821 down to less than 500.
Do you have a seconder? Trustee Rob Painter.
I ask a point of clarification, please.
Yes.
I'm not sure if this motion in order if we already had a motion to reinstate the gifted and take it out of reserves previously and it was defeated.
Did we have that motion already tonight?
Yes, we had gifted and the clerical. And
so yes, it is. I'm sorry. It is late. It is out of order, Trustee McNally, because we've already heard your motion.
I apologize to all the gifted students out there. I tried.
Thank you so much, trustees. So we have a motion that's been moved and seconded. That the Board of Education of School District number 61, Greater Victoria's 2021-2022 annual budget bylaw in the amount of $2,540,000 254,266,826 be read a second time, the third day of June 2021. All those in favor? All those opposed? And it carries 7-2 with Trustee Rob Painter and McNally opposed. Would somebody like to move and second? Trustee Ryan Painter and Tom Ferris, that the Board of Education, School District number 61, Greater Victoria, 2021-2022 annual budget bylaw in the amount of $254,266,826 be read a third time, passed and adopted on the third day of June 2021, and that the Secretary, Treasurer, and Board Chair be authorized to sign, seal, and execute the bylaw on behalf of the Board. All those in favor? All those opposed? And again, a 7-2 with Trustee McNally and Painter in opposition. And the budget bylaw has passed. And I'm not sure if I feel like throwing up or celebrating. Very confusing feelings over here. This has been such a deeply challenging process, and this all weighs so heavy on me, and I'm sure it does all of us and all of our community who's been along for the ride. And I do just want to remind us all, this is the beginning of the work, that the budget really is a living document. This sets our staff able to staff our schools to get ready for September. And once we have all of our numbers and new revenue coming back in, we will be sharpening those pencils, allocating money, and looking at what we can do for our district, and to make sure we are, like Trustee Whitaker said, pointing all those resources at our students, and having those great conversations with our community. Given the late hour, I'm wondering if we want, Trustee McNally, I see your hand, but I'm just going to make a suggestion to the Assembly, because it is 10:20 and this is very difficult work. We have a lot of motions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least, of business arising from the budget bylaw, which are all very important because they're going to set the direction for our work coming forward. So I'm wondering if we want to move those forward to our June board meeting, or even a special meeting, so that we can start fresh at a decent hour and give them the attention that they need. I'm not wanting to cut off debate, but it is 10:20 and I know that we are not as sharp as we could be. Trustee Ryan Painter?
I'm just moving that.
Do you have a seconder? We move the balance of the agenda. Thank you, Trustee Hensa. Trustee Whitaker, did you want to speak to that suggestion?
Yeah, it's just, yeah, I'm not opposed to moving a bunch of them, but noting the conversations that we have had, I would like us to look at the needs budget motion, so that our stakeholders who have, and rights holders who have offered so much to work with us to advocate, do have that understanding that we absolutely are looking to do that. So I guess my hope is that we could at least just wrap up that bit, that piece that seems to be missing from the budget tonight, and get that work started.
With the Assembly's permission, perhaps we could, because I'm all in to do A, Trustee Whitaker, you're the needs budget motion. I just don't want to treat one person's motion different than everybody else's. With the Assembly's permission, could we hear the needs budget motion tonight and put the rest to the following discussion? Could we have a motion?
We just vote on it. All those in favor of the one?
Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just make an amendment that we sever C2A from the original motion to postpone to the board. So we sever C2A to discuss it.
Thank you for solving that procedurally.
Can I make a point of clarification?
Yes.
I think it's important. Are we doing this at a special meeting or the June board meeting? Because I would be in favor of postponing ASAP to a new meeting, but I don't want to leave it for another 3 weeks.
For all of them, or right now we're just talking to severing C2A for tonight.
Okay.
Trustee Rob Painter.
Chair, and I apologize if I'm starting to drone, but I do not understand what makes this particular motion any more urgent than the rest. I believe that they all have their own merit and that we should be treating them all equally. I'm also not in favor of waiting until the June board meeting. That's far too late. We need, if we're going to finish this off, let's finish it off as quickly as possible.
The amendment is C2A. So I'm going to call the question on severing C2A. And so the motion would be to move B onward, C2B onward to a
Chair, I did ask a point of clarification in there as to the urgency of this one. Why is it that we need to sever this one and not the other? So I'm asking that point of clarification so I can make an informed choice.
Trustee Painter, I believe that Trustee Whitaker motivated and provided her rationale. And if that didn't answer your question, then I'm not sure what to say. I could ask Trustee Whitaker if she wants to close, but I'd like to call the question. I think you've stated your opposition articulately, and I think that's fair. So all those in favor of severing C2A from the motion? All those opposed? With Trustee Painter and McNally opposed. So we're back to the main motion, which is to move B onward to a future meeting. And I would be happy to, we can call that a special meeting after ed policy or after ops or on a different night. I can make it a special meeting because I'm hearing that we want to do that before the June board meeting, and I don't want to overload June board either. I also don't want to promise a meeting at a time because I do not have the whole district's calendar in front of me. So if you would allow me to create a special meeting in the next 2 weeks. Is that doable, Secretary Treasurer Superintendent, within the next 2 weeks?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor moving this to a special meeting? All those opposed? Oh, that's unanimous. What a beautiful. So now we have one final item of business, which is that the Board of Education directs the superintendent to create a needs budget for the 2021-2022 school year. And further, that the chair write a letter in collaboration with our education partners, including Songhees and Esquimalt Nations, to the Minister of Education, Premier, and community, expressing the impacts of underfunding on our school district through the lens of the needs budget. Trustee Whitaker, do you have a seconder? Thank you, Trustee Ryan Painter. In your motivation, can you explain for our community who may not be familiar with the needs budget what this is? And then hopefully, because I believe we're all going to be in favor of this, we'll limit debate.
Okay. So as we have gone through this budgeting process, we have all in many different areas, and I mean, it's breaking our hearts literally that we have to cut areas. These are areas that nobody, you know, they're needed. And so a needs budget where this is the money we have, is the budget that we've passed. If we had all of the funding that we needed, the needs budget will identify all of the areas that we would have put in spending. And the intent here is to use that as to what we should be funding and how we would like to fund it, to make our point and advocate to those holding the purse strings and clearly show what is missing from our budget, what we are taking away from our students, and where the deficiencies in funding are. It is a tool for us to advocate. It's just, and it's a starting point for us to have conversations of where our priorities should be. So I have heard loud and clear and have embraced the amount of support we have to advocate for this, that I don't want the needs budget to be the end of the advocacy. It is the beginning, but this is how we can make the case, create the data so that people can understand exactly. And I think it's important for the greater community to understand exactly how underfunded education is. We are literally producing miracles every day on shoestrings. So that's my hope. It is an opportunity for us to really show what the budget should look like, to support students the way that they deserve.
Trustee Ryan Painter and then McNally.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very proud to second this motion and very appreciate Trustee Whitaker bringing this forward and saying very clearly what I don't think I have the capacity to say at 10:30 at night. Although given the importance, I do want to say, you know, in all the meetings that I've had, whether it's been walking the Talmy to the legislature protest 5K piece, whether it's meeting with parents and teachers at schools all over the district during these last few months, and hearing from our stakeholders here, hearing from the nations, and very grateful, and just raise my hands to Chief Thomas being here tonight. I'm so grateful that you're here. And hearing from President Waldron, this is an opportunity to set a flag, to set down exactly what our expectations are. We want to support our students. We want to do what our students need of us to do. And I just really embrace the opportunity to do that. So I want to offer my really heartfelt thanks to Trustee Whitaker for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Trustee McNally.
Thank you. Yes, I too thank Trustee Whitaker for bringing this forward. I've brought it forward in past years on the board. We've sent out a few of these needs budgets. Once we, we've sent out a few of these needs budgets, and the response from whatever government has been in charge has been, thank you so much for your letter. Goodbye, have a good day. But it's the right thing to do. So I'll definitely support it.
Are there any speakers against the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Trustee Rob Painter abstains and the motion carries. May I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Trustee Ferris, Trustee Hensa. Just want to say 4.5 hours. Thank you so much to our rights holders, partners. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to Secretary Treasurer and her team. Julie Littner. I never know how to pronounce your name. I hope I did it all right. And Katrina Stride. I know you guys have been working so incredibly hard. And again, Vicki Hanley. Thank you to all of you and to everybody out there who's been engaged in this process and has put so much work in. I'll call the question to adjourn.
Chair, may I ask a point of clarification? The special meeting, will it be open to community presentations in question period consistent with bylaw 9360?
Trustee Rob Painter, we have a motion on the floor to adjourn. I'll be happy to talk to you about how you'd like that agenda to be built at a different time. I think we've done really good work here, and I'd like to end on a high note, which is advocacy. And thank you all so much. All those in favor of adjourning? Trustee Painter, you are opposed or abstaining? For the record, I'll call that an abstention. Thanks, everybody. Thank you so much for being here, Chief. Have a good day.
Thomas. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, staff. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Joan. Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you out.
Thank you, Joan.
Thank you.